the CLE, WKRK-FM, and HD1 Cleveland Heights. We are Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan. An Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 Sports brought to you by Smiley One Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing, and Bryant, Cleveland's premier heating and cooling service providers. Guardians lose to Milwaukee last night, 2-1. Hunter Gaddis giving up a tie-breaking solo home run in the bottom of the seventh. Slade Ciccone got the start, and he allowed just one run on 3 hits in 5 2/3 innings. Skip received a vote on the outing from Slade.
Slade was outstanding. I don't have the exact number, but probably close to 75-80% first pitch strikes, getting ahead, working ahead. Lead contact, obviously outside the one homer, I felt like they didn't really do much against him. He got a lot of quick outs, did a great job. Great pitch count, got deep into the game.
Guardians lose for the 7th time in the last 11 games. Gabriel Arias played for the first time since early April at a pair of base hits, including an RBI single, which tied the game at the top of the 7th. However, the Guardians is a team 1 for 11 with runners in scoring position. Guardians announcing Jose Ramirez had surgery on Tuesday for that broken hamate bone in his left hand. Ramirez expected to need 5 to 7 weeks to recover. Back in 2019, following a similar injury to his right hand, Ramirez was back on the field in about a month. Guardians hoping to have Angel Martinez back in the lineup after he fouled a pitch off his left foot on Saturday. Instead, put on the 10-day injured list. Non-displaced fracture. He's expected to be out of action 4 to 6 weeks. Guardians filled the roster spot. They recalled outfielder Petey Halpin from AAA Columbus. For now, Guardians outfielder Chase DeLauder not on the injured list, but did not play last night against Milwaukee. DeLauder dealing with what skipper Steve DeVoe calls bone bruising and a small fracture. Over the weekend, DeLauder underwent an MRI and a CT scan. The hope is DeLauder can work his way back in the lineup, and for the moment is considered day-to-day. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, South Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima here on 92.3 The Fan.
Your day isn't complete unless you know how Cleveland fits into the national sports scene. The Afternoon Drive. Weekdays starting at 2. 92.3 The Fan. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
That is crunched. Deep right center field. Up the alley she goes. Gone. Home run number 11 for Bryce Terang, and the Brewers strike first. Lines it into right field for a base hit. Around third. Here comes Fairchild. Here's the throw to the plate by Freeling, and he is safe. And we are tied at 1. Gabby Arias, in his first game back off the injured list, delivers his second hit of the night and ties it up. Uh-oh. How about that? Milwaukee goes right back in front. Garrett Mitchell sends Bernie Brewer down the slide, and it's 2-1 Milwaukee. Well, they can't overcome a 1-run deficit in the ninth here tonight, as the Brewers win it by a final score of 2-1.
This is Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Audio courtesy of Guardians TV. I thought the mic was on for a second when you said that. It is a dumb host.
It's a dumb host.
I mean, I'm not talking about the clip. Something else was dumb. We're going to play something really stupid for you later on. That was as dumb as it could get. Calling it participation trophy.
That was amazing.
That was really stupid. That's the type of stuff that gets us in the media cussed out every day on the internet. Because people see this and it's just one bad apple spoils the rest of the bunch, so we're all morons and idiots and dummies.
And we've been chasing that guy.
Because of that. Who?
We've been chasing Vinny Goodwill.
Why?
Yeah, because
to come on the show?
Yes.
No.
Yes,
no.
His name has been brought up in our post-show meetings.
With who?
And I think typically he does a good job. And then he said that.
You might have written Goodwill like I thought you wanted to donate something. That's fine. No.
They have those games.
No, that was dumb.
I remember those.
You know what? I'm going to bring up the Guardians here in a second.
We doing a pivot?
Right to the front of the line.
We doing a pivot?
Right to the front of the line. Goodwill 01. I'll do it again. It's June. I don't care. Doesn't matter.
Don't tempt us with a great time.
I write all this stuff down. I'll throw
I call it a Goodwill time.
Off it goes.
Let's
I don't care.
There go the sheets.
There
go
the
flying.
sheets. I didn't get you in the eye, did I?
I got those sheets for it. Oh, happy birthday, Owen, by the way.
Yeah, happy birthday, Owen. Congratulations on your birthday. Another year.
Big June month.
You don't look like you're very happy that we mentioned that. I apologize. I'm not a big birthday guy myself, so that's it. That's it.
Your kids forget?
They better not have. They better not have. Oh, boy. That's not
Half
good.
of them are on their way to work right now.
Well, good. At least they're contributing to the economy.
I like a good work ethic.
That's good. All right, we ready for this clip? Because this is just asinine. I actually woke up in the middle of the night and thought of this clip. And then I went back to sleep. I swear to God, I woke up in the middle of the night and thought of this clip. And then I went back to sleep because I knew what I was wanting to say. All right, here is ESPN Get Up. This is a guy, Vinny or Vincent.
ESPN Go Back to Bed.
Vincent Goodwill on Get Up, which is actually called Go Back to Bed in my eyes. Well, you just hear what he called the Larry O'Brien Trophy.
I like to know that greatness is validated. How do we know that any of the last 8 champions are actually validated because they have not done it again? Giannis is itching to get out. Boston is thinking about trading Jaylen Brown. They don't believe in their one championship. LeBron's one championship in LA was not enough. So why would it be enough for us?
Validate is the Larry O'Brien that I put on that shelf and it stays there forever. That's the validation. The Laker thing.
Oh, you mean participation trophy then?
I'm sorry, Larry O'Brien is a participation trophy?
If everybody gets one.
It is a actual trophy. You won the league that year. The 2021 I get because it's summer camp. Like it was in one little bubble, and that's why people give them crap about that one. But no, you win the title. It's validated. You're forever a champion. The difference, of course, is to me, you can have rivalries without dynasty.
This is dumb. This is Alan Hahn's not dumb. This is what gets us cussed out on the internet. This is why people go after us and say, because I've said silly things and then I've had to go, yeah, that was not the smartest thing ever, and had to walk it back. I hope that happens today because to me it's asinine. And here I am like defending. I don't care really about the Knicks or anything like that, and I have to defend it going, well, wait a minute. I do think that parody is overrated. I think that people do want a villain to root against. I do believe that not all championships are actually created equal. There are championships that are different in the grand scheme of things. The 2016 Cavs championship sticks out why. The 2019 Toronto championship sticks out why. The 2004 Detroit championship sticks out why. These are teams that beat dynasties. These are teams that stuck in. Yeah, that's there. But you still have to earn a championship. You still have to earn it. And to be 8 years with different championships doesn't diminish the championship. You had to go through an entire year.
The same thing in the NFL. We'll always remember the Giants beating the Patriots.
Exactly. And so this is what it actually bothers me more. Not the comment itself was as silly as it gets, and I hope it's the silliest thing we hear all week. However, it bothers me more about the NBA because if I looked up and down, and I don't have it in front of me, just the standings. This is what bothers you as a Cavs fan. Name how many teams right now have a chance for a championship off the top of your head. You could probably come up with 8 teams right off the top of your head. And I don't know if a Cavs fan would actually say the Cavs, but would a Knicks fan last year at this time?
No, they would not have said that. They would not have said the Knicks. So I have to put the Cavs in there, even though everybody's down on the Cavs. So it makes the league more frustrating just because we can't predict it. But it doesn't mean that it's less of a league. Well, also, in fact, it's made it much better. Also, yeah, you're right. From a media standpoint, we can't go with our typical axioms about the sport. Small guard can't win a championship. Anthony Towns can't win a championship.
It's the same. It's the quarterback discussion.
Yeah.
Well, we can't have a quarterback that can run. Well, because he's going to run himself into trouble. Well, he's a guy who can't throw. He's a guy who can't do this. He's a guy who can't do that. Well, now we have, look at the dynamic athletes, we have a QB.
Or just Sam Darnold can't win a Super Bowl. A guy like Sam Darnold can't win a Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Nope, you cross it off the list.
Exactly,
Jalen Hurts can't win a Super Bowl.
So
he wins a Super Bowl.
You've had athletes change. You've had the way that the games have changed because those athletes have changed. Just because there isn't this dynastic team that is taken over in the NBA doesn't lessen the league. Now, I do think in the general public, did you get the ratings back yet? I know you're a big ratings guy.
Yeah.
Were they through the roof?
It's the biggest since 1998.
Because it's the Knicks.
Since Michael Jordan last played basketball in that setting.
Yeah, so maybe the ratings got away with something here, but still, we did create characters. Like Victor Wembanyama, who may very well be the guy who gets the torch from LeBron.
He's perfect for this.
He's perfect for it.
Because he's awesome.
And he's a villain now to some people.
He doesn't look like anybody else. He's awesome. He's French, and he looks like a bad sport.
I can't believe it.
And he committed a bunch of flagrant fouls. Amazing.
He's French.
That's a perfect story.
True. He's
That's
French.
Seriously, like, you're telling me people aren't going to watch Wemby if he's in the finals next year? It doesn't matter who comes from the Eastern Conference.
Tell me they wouldn't hold it against him because he's French, because they'll hold it against him.
It's perfect for the NBA. And that guy, I mean, injuries, whatever, but that guy's not going away.
No.
If he is
he is going to figure prominently into who wins the championship every year as long as he's healthy.
Yes, but I think it's made it better just because, again, I think you could pick 8, 9 teams, and the beauty of this is it's not just a roll of the dice. Like, there's things that would tell you what you need to get better as and better by and how you do it. But I can't just look at one team and go, I want that, and we need to model off of them. No, because I've had several different styles of basketball win a championship. So the game itself, yeah, I know there's criticisms about the NBA, certainly. The regular season, even though if you pay attention to the nuance, Mike Brown was showing people exactly how important the regular season was. Exactly how important the regular season was. And I remember the bitching that Termini was doing during the back end of the regular season because of that. There is some nuance to it, but if we just want to be entertained, yeah, the regular season ain't that great. I've warmed up to the NBA Cup a little bit here over the last year, but still, it doesn't seem to be a big deal to a lot of folks.
It hasn't been a big deal to me, but the fact that it was the teams that were in it were the teams that were in the finals, and then it is validating a little bit because it does look more like playoff basketball.
Yeah, I've warmed up to it a little bit here over the last year. There's a lot of things that are fine about the league. I don't think that 8 different championships is one of the problems with it.
I think it's 2 different questions that we're having because, the Cavs Warriors thing was.
I don't want to talk in circles now.
Yeah, the Cavs and Warriors were very well done. The Cavs and Warriors absolutely drew because it had LeBron, it had Steph. Then you added KD. There were a million reasons to watch, not to mention Kyrie and Draymond and all of those figures definitely played into, and you had a little bit of the Midwest versus coastal elites. Like, that was a big part of why that worked. But by year 4, people were over it. I mean, the media was done covering it. People were over it, and we knew who was going to win every year. Okay, that is an instance where, hey, the dynasty stuff is awesome until it isn't. So I do understand a little bit of what he was trying to get to. What you can't say is, and this is one thing that pains me about this, if it is rings culture, and then the minute the championship is over, you're like, well, who cares who won the ring? Like, it hasn't been validated.
Well, then we're a takesman now. We're just doing that.
That makes no sense to me.
Yes.
Clearly, I do think the NBA, the way we talk about it's different from baseball and football, with the exception of maybe quarterbacks. But in football, we don't hold it against you if you played poorly in a Super Bowl and you're a defensive lineman or a wide receiver, for the most part.
Yeah, for the most part. Will Campbell took it on the chin after.
Right, okay, yeah, he's young, so we'll see. Like, if New England's right back in the Super Bowl next year and he's just a Pro Bowl offensive lineman, we're not going to... Like, I think they grabbed onto that storyline because what were the other storylines with the Patriots? Like, you weren't going to crush Drake May, who got to the Super Bowl really young, the way they're crushing Wemby for getting to the NBA Finals really young. We don't do to the other sports. Like maybe Clayton Kershaw got a lot of flack for a while for not. But again, Mike Trout not getting to the World Series every year. It's not some humongous stain on him the way it is in the NBA. The way we talk about all-time Hall of Fame players, and I've mentioned this time and time again about Harden and Embiid, 2 of the best players I've seen in the last 25 years in the NBA. People act like they're terrible players that you can't win with. It's like, well, wait a second. They're amazing players. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that part bothers me too. But again, we talked about this a little bit during the podcast yesterday after the show on the emerging podcast scene. I don't want to give away what people can go listen to after the show today, but I do think that a lot of things have changed where it's not necessarily the conversation. It's that I have a statement, I make the statement, and then I have to defend the statement at all times. And I'm obviously guilty of all that as well. And again, I've said some silly-ass things. I'd like to say that, yeah, when I've been caught dead wrong, I've been willing to admit I'm dead wrong. And even in the moment, if I were to say, well, it's a participation trophy, and you were to respond to me like that, I think I'd probably go, well, it's not a participation trophy, but it just seems to has lessened its value because of that. You can just move on. If you're going to sit there and defend that it's a participation trophy, it just seems to be ridiculous to me. Guardians lost last night. Again, that audio courtesy of ESPN. Guardians lost last night. Lima's already not feeling very good. It seems like some of the fan base is already not feeling good about where this is heading.
A day ago, I'm talking about the benefit of the doubt I was going to give the team and how if anybody has earned the trust of the fans, it's the Guardians. And then I saw their lineup yesterday, and then we got bad news about another pretty integral player to the team. And then you start to look around and go, oh boy, margin for error. Not what we thought it might be. And I know it's just one game, but you saw that yesterday, and people started commenting about the lineup, and I'm like, oh, this lineup's only going to get, on paper, it's only going to get worse. I mean, you never know when minor leaguers are going to come up and play well, and there's a bevy of guys people are talking about that you can pull up and that you're going to have to. But this is going to be a brutal stretch. You said most important week.
I don't think it's necessarily make or break, but it's
this next month. How are they going to piece together enough runs?
Well, some folks had said, well, you can't sit there and tell me that Jose is this much of an icon and that important, but it doesn't matter that he's not here. And I go, no, it matters that he's not here. That's the whole point of the challenge, is that he's not here. And it makes us expect more of everybody else. And it makes us have to do things that we're pretty uncomfortable with. I mean, putting Brian Rocchio up at number 2 because you have more. I know that they've been accused of being the Kremlin over there, as the Derry brothers say, when it comes to injuries. But, we thought that Angel Martinez, it seemed was going to be just fine. And now it's like, well, I don't know what his situation is day to day. And Rocchio was what, 1 for 4 yesterday or 0 for 4? I don't know if he got a hit yesterday. And it's something that we watch every single day. And now your room for error is so minuscule. Like tonight you have Gavin Williams going up against a pitcher that he's just better at. And I need 6 solid innings out of Gavin Williams to keep us ahead and get this win. Like now, it feels like every game in the middle of June could turn into a life or death situation because I want them to get back to the postseason. Jose was the biggest cog of that. Because he's not here, then it puts that much pressure on guys that it's not that I don't trust him. I haven't been around him long enough to trust him. We haven't had Travis Bazzana up here but a couple of months. We haven't had Chase DeLauder up here but a couple of months. And Chase DeLauder's banged up. Kyle Manzardo. There's hope, but is there trust? I don't know if there's trust. I don't think there's a lot of trust there. There's hope. And hope and trust are different things,
but
brother.
I said I had trust. But then when you get another injury, another integral player that's going to miss substantial time.
Yep.
And it's all at the same time, too. And then the DeLauder, the bruised rib situation, like that's brutal because he's already a guy who's labored through injuries during, any of his minor league seasons. And now in the majors, he's got this. And it's just a dumb luck thing. Yes. And then when is he going to even be able to play?
And one of your, on the other side, one of your sources of power was Angel Martinez. Mm-hmm. And when you lose sources of power, I know Jose wasn't hitting for great power this year, but he's been a guy who's been in a home run derby. You would expect him to be a guy who gives you some sort of pop there that can make it a 2-run home run here and there and expand a lead or get back into a game. Angel Martinez, I think a lot of people were starting to think that way about him. And when you lose those guys all in the same game, it can be a hurt on your emotions as a fan.
42% of your home runs just walked out through the door. 28 of 60.
Technically they can't walk.
28 of 66.
Yeah.
That's what DeLauder, Martinez, and Ramirez have combined for.
That's going to be hard to overcome. Very hard to overcome. It's not where the season's over. It's been one game for crying out loud during this stretch. But I think you see a little bit last night, like, man, you just have to squeeze and you cannot make any mistakes whatsoever because you don't have the type of firepower that can launch you back into a baseball game. And so it makes it that much more important to get a lead of any kind and stay ahead with any kind of lead that you possibly can get. Dane Brugler are going to join us at 9 o'clock today. Chris Kaiser, Executive VP of the Cavs and Rock Entertainment. He'll be joining us in studio today at 8:40. And a chance to win a 4-pack of Mr. Hero combo meals. 2-second trivia at 7:45 this morning. And coming up in 5 minutes, the only way you can say this about the Browns is if you believe that about the QBs. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima. Take us with you to work on that free Odyssey app and watch us for free on YouTube Live.
Wash with unlimited washes starting at just $24 a month. Clean, shiny, dry, and ready for the road. Visit BlueFallsCarWash.com.
Blue Falls
Car Wash. Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
One more note on the Gardos. I hope you're thrilled. I hope both of you are happy because I know what you guys were. I knew it when he went down on Saturday because I posted the picture on Saturday midday morning somewhere in there, and then when he went down on Saturday afternoon, I went, well, it's up, and I got to leave it up. And I was like, well, I know what's going to happen, and you guys did it on Monday. I got a text from a prominent high school football coach in this area. And I don't even know if the guy's listening yet. He goes, I swear to God, he goes, hey, how long is Jose out? I'm so behind. Appreciate the Guardians recap. Also, did Axel do it to him before that picture? That's the rumor, ...
See, that's how a coach thinks.
So they're talking.
Rumor. So coaches are talking to coaches.
I don't know if he obviously hasn't listened up until today. And then, so I got coaches talking to coaches.
And
I don't know what's
season, so you bet your ass Axel's been barred from those camps.
So you're telling me my son is the conversation of 7-on-7 camps, but not for the reasons
for the football.
you would want
not
him
for
to be.
His outstanding defensive work.
You want him to be the
He
reason.
ruined our baseball season. Way to go, Axe.
Damn it. It wasn't his fault. It was Friday. He took the picture on Friday. And there were several other kids who took the picture too.
All you had to do was just keep that in your camera roll and not publish it.
Nah, I'm blaming. No. I'm blaming one of the other kids.
Then it happened.
The kid 2 houses over, the kid who lives 2 houses over, I'm blaming him. He got his picture with Jose. I'm blaming the neighbor kid. And if it ain't his fault, then I'm blaming the neighbor kid down the road.
I'd blame the kid with the voodoo doll.
If it doesn't happen, then I'm blaming my nephew. I'll blame my nephew. You guys want to keep it in the family? I'll blame my nephew. I got to be careful because while my brother-in-law doesn't listen, he has friends who do and text him when I mention him. I don't want to blame my nephew.
So Ken
He's a fine
thinks,
young man.
Ken thinks he's off the hook or his kid's off the hook
Nobody's
because there was
on the
a
hook.
day in between.
Nobody's on the hook.
Is that it because the injury didn't happen a second after the
He
picture?
played a baseball game after the photo. Why on earth would there be a situation that happened the next day?
Flashed and he went, oh, my eyes.
Because
that is dumb.
Because the picture didn't go Marty McFly from Back to the Future, where Jose Ramirez disappears from the actual photo.
Should I give blame to you for Rob Schneider and some of the things that he's been saying recently over the last how many years? Because you got your picture with Rob Schneider here in studio years ago.
Big fan of his comedy. Don't always agree with his politics.
Oh, you are you?
You know,
okay.
Smart men can agree to disagree.
We've had our picture taken together with several wrestlers who have passed away. Do you want to go down that road?
Have we really?
Yeah. Yes.
And
you got a photo
No.
You got a photo with Benoit?
No, you psycho. Jeez.
Because I don't have a photo with Chris Benoit.
Shut up. It is.
It's my birthday.
Is Sheamus still alive?
Sheamus is still with us.
Thank
right.
God.
Sheamus on me. Wait a second, Miss Elizabeth?
You are an ass. You gotta stop. You gotta stop.
What happened to Liz?
You gotta stop.
Talk to Lex.
Stop it. Stop it. You gotta stop that too.
He's walking.
I don't think he is. Is he?
I've seen him up in mobile.
Okay. Jeez.
No torture acts.
Okay.
I put Izzy in the torture rack the other day. And I told her, I go, you're in the torture rack.
Are you even a father if you haven't torture racked your child?
I told you, my dad put me in a figure four and then proceeded to smoke a cigarette while my mom yelled at him. It was almost like the scene in Goodfellas where he gets beat with the belt, except my dad had me in a figure four, and I wasn't trying hard enough, so he started smoking a cigarette while my mom was yelling at him to stop.
Sarah asked me if the whole purpose of me wanting to have kids was to put them in wrestling moves.
Yeah, that's half the fun.
Well, a good suplex over the arm of the couch onto the actual cushions.
Mason's been going, power bomb, Dad, power bomb.
My kids rolled me into bed like Yokozuna into the casket. All right.
Do a lot of swan time.
Can we get to business here?
Swan time. Go ahead. Yes.
I will tell you the wrestlers we've taken pictures with who've passed away. There are people, I guarantee there's people who have them.
No.
I'll tell you during the break.
Well,
one was Scott Hall.
Yeah, the good thing is they won't use AI to put those pictures together or anything with their families.
Why do you set them up? Don't do that. All right. Emery Hunt was on the station a couple days ago, which some people say.
Who does he wrestle for?
Some people say you are avoiding Emery Hunt.
Emery's great.
After your takedown yesterday.
We've had him on. I love Emery.
Well, this is what, you brought this up. We've had some hosts.
He said
here.
What? The Browns are going to win 11 games this year?
Let me set this up here for a second. You've had some hosts here who have said you said 5 wins, I said 6 wins. I don't know where they stand in the afternoon.
No,
and anytime I say where they stand in the afternoon, I get some big, long book of a text.
Now that Emery said 10 wins, did he say 10 officially?
Emery said 10 wins.
I'm reducing my total down to 2.
This is how you know. No, why are you doing that?
If he's saying 10 wins, I'm going down.
Okay.
I'm way too positive.
So this is why you can figure out if someone's really disingenuous. And I know that word's been used a lot here over the last couple of days. You can tell if somebody's really disingenuous about the Browns with their win total. I want you guys to hear Emery Hunt and his reasoning behind it. And I want to tell you why he makes total sense, and you need to test the people you're around. Hit it.
I did the schedule game as soon as it came out, and I said the Browns can win 10 wins. I listed off reasons why. In that clip that went viral, I said Myles Garrett. Now, obviously, a couple of weeks later, Myles Garrett gets moved, and so they had me back on to talk about the schedule game again. What made me go through the schedule and look at it again without Myles Garrett a part of the team was the fact that they got Jared Verse. And I felt like, okay, yeah, Verse is not Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett is an all-time great, future first ballot Hall of Famer, but Jared Verse ain't no slouch either. When you look at what he can do, if you think about it from Verse's perspective, I thought I was entrenched in L.A. with how I played and what we did together as a group, and they viewed me as expendable. I'm about to go out here and ball out with the Browns. We might see him get his first double-digit sack season as a pro based on what he just went through in terms of getting moved for a guy in Myles Garrett. I still feel like the Browns have enough offensively and defensively to where 10 wins is definitely possible.
If you hear a host on any of the sports talk stuff, any content, whatever, and they're saying 9, 10 wins or above even, I want you to hear if they said anything about the quarterbacks before that statement. If they are wishy-washy on who they believe in as a quarterback, like I said, I'll start Shedeur. Well, why do you want to start Shedeur? Because I want somebody who's nice, who we can have somewhat normal arguments about, and doesn't remind me of a terrible era of football and what could have been. And if he works out, great. If he doesn't, fine. But I'm saying 6 wins. 6 wins is not a tremendous season. If I were to turn around and say 10 wins after that and then all that, you would know, like, oh, Kenny's just trying to make people happy. Kenny's lying to himself. No, you can't do that. Like, Emery Hunt makes sense there because he believes in Shedeur. He would start Shedeur. He believes that Shedeur will take him to 10 wins. And we can sit here and agree, disagree, whatever. That's not my point. I'm pointing out that you can tell if somebody's lying to themselves or lying to you just flat out with how many wins they think the Browns are going to get, depending on what they think of this quarterback situation. Flat out, plain and simple.
And my whole thing is, and boy, there's no doubt. I've heard Emery. I've read his tweets. Like, he 100% he believes Shedeur is like top 10 quarterback material this year.
And I sure as hell
that
hope so.
would be amazing and would solve all of our problems. That would be incredible. We'd be talking about a Super Bowl run the following year. Like, let's just be honest. That would be incredible. And to have Shedeur be that personality, the way he grabs a microphone and talks about anything in life, and then the way that the cameras follow him around, the jersey sales, and then, yes, I actually think people would come to the games then, obviously. They didn't last year when he started. We can debate why that was. But it would be just a whole new reinventing of the Cleveland Browns on the fly. And wow, that would be amazing. And what would we be saying about Todd Monken, too, if all that happens? My whole thing is you can have all this young talent, which we think they do. You can have these young receivers. What we do know about this league is if you are starting mostly rookies and second-year players, even if they're supremely talented and the arrow is pointing up, and they have this trajectory, you're most likely going to lose a ton of games. That's just the way this league works.
And hopefully your season ends better at the end of it than it did at the start.
And you're surging.
You're starting to learn. You're starting to get some of the ropes. You've seen an opponent twice in your division. there's things that you just do that are better. Like, that's why people are so excited about Carson Schlesinger. If you're that good as a rookie, I think the only thing that's really going to get in your way, God forbid, is some sort of an injury. If you're that good at that young, your body changes. It's still changing in your early 20s. You know, you're looking at 25 as maybe where you start to get to the crescendo, but I think Myles Garrett would even disagree to some level. Like, there's a lot of things there that change for you. And with this team, yeah, if Emery believes that Shedeur Sanders is the answer, if Shedeur plays. Now, if Shedeur doesn't play and it ends up being Deshaun Watson, I think Emery Hunt's going to come on here and say, well, he didn't start the right quarterback, and this is the problem, which I would probably agree with him on. But when it comes to the quarterback in general...
I'd obviously respond back, like, why didn't your guy that's supposed to lead the team to 10 wins, why didn't he beat out Deshaun Watson?
Well, you could always say that that's the coach's problem. I mean,
you think the coach is going to play not the guy that can win 10 games?
Whoa. You could say it's your opinion. First off, I'm not Emery. I'm not trying to put words in his mouth.
And you got the wrong coach. Holy cow. If he can't decipher between one of the worst quarterbacks over the last 6 years in the NFL,
I think that
Deshaun Watson, and a young QB that has the talent to win 10 games.
Why do you think that the majority of the audience thinks that Kevin Stefanski got fired?
Well, then everybody should be fired.
On any given day.
Holy cow.
That, I think, is what's going to be said. There's been plenty of coaches that people have disagreed with on who they choose as the quarterback of the Browns.
No, but that's different. That's you're talking about, this was a coin flip. And we're talking about Watson, who's been horrific over the span of how many years.
And you would turn right around and say this is gross negligence by the head coach if you felt that way. Now, I don't feel that way. That's why I'm saying 6 wins.
Now,
don't turn it into an argument with me.
What's more likely the case, though? I know we got to go, Owen. Sorry. What's more likely the case? The fact that there would be this huge, massive disparity between the two quarterbacks that are competing for a job, and they pick the wrong guy, or neither guy is good, and it doesn't really matter who they pick.
I'll answer that in 5 minutes, as well as fear of another franchise doesn't drive me to make such a strong decision. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, 2-second trivia, and just over 1 hour from now, you can win a 4-pack of Mr. Hero combo meals on the Fan.
For 4 generations.
for 12 months, plus an additional $500 off your project. Call 877-98-PELLA or visit PellaCleveland.com.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Lima asked me a hell of a question yesterday. I wanted to ask her the question you asked right before the break, though, before we get into that. Do you remember the question you asked?
Remember these questions, too.
Do you remember that question that you asked?
No, I do not.
It had to do with the quarterback situation of the Cleveland Browns. You don't remember the question that you asked me? Boy, I have to write everything down for you. You're losing your mind.
It's gone.
Okay, well, to hell with it then. That always makes sense. All right, so I've been wondering about this for a while. Here is Albert Breer yesterday on Afternoon Drive about this. I think it's an unrealistic scenario for a lot of folks, but let me throw it out there. Here's Albert Breer about it yesterday on, well, if you take you-know-who, because his name has become you-know-who in the supplemental draft, Brendan Sorsby, what it could free you up to do in the regular old draft coming up in 2027.
What round do you think he'll actually end up going in the supplemental draft?
Second. I think a first rounder is probably too rich. I think if you're like the Steelers, you have to investigate it. Where are you going to be picking that high? And like if you really think like you got a good team around Aaron Rodgers this year and then you're not going to have a quarterback, he's already said he's retiring, you need to at least investigate. Now they got a crowded quarterback room. I think you get into the teams like the Jets, Browns, Dolphins, Cardinals. Those teams still have a little murkiness about their future at the position. And if you're one of those teams, why wouldn't you throw a second rounder at that? Let's just say from the Browns' perspective. Isn't it enticing the idea that if you flip the second rounder for him, if you hit the next year, you can turn around and draft Jeremiah Smith? Next year's draft is loaded and not just a quarterback. In fact, I think most people would tell you at this point, the top prospects in the draft for next year are at other positions. It's Jeremiah Smith at receiver, it's Dylan Stewart and Colin Simmons at edge rusher, it's Leonard Moore at corner. There are some really high-end guys. Well, if you're one of these teams where it's well, we think he's got a ceiling to be a top 7 or 8 quarterback in the NFL, and if we hit, that could free us up next year. And if we don't, we could still turn around and spend our first rounder on a quarterback anyway.
See, if you're taking Jeremiah Smith, because earlier in the interview, he also talks about the situation that would arrive with Brendan Sorsby going to the NFL. And I thought that Albert made several great points. And if you want to listen to that again, I urge you to wait until 10 o'clock because you must be hanging on our every word or you shall be lost. But you can always use the rewind feature on the free Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. 6:48 and 11 seconds for those scoring at home. Is what Albert brought up earlier in that interview was a great point where he had said that the NFL may set a precedent here where it's hey, you can't just gamble a bunch on your college football team and then you'll escape to the NFL and everything will be fine. So it sounds like there will definitely be a suspension of some sort. The issue is, and I love what Albert brought up because I think he's the first person to bring it up, is this a personal conduct?
Yes.
Or is this for substance abuse? Because this is an addiction.
What
he's
is
admitted
this?
that this is an addiction.
What do you classify this as if you're the NFL?
But I'm making a short story long, and let me clean it up for everybody. If you're taking Jeremiah Smith, that means you still had a bad season the year before. You got to have so much faith because it's still wide receivers can be really, really, really good, but how many frustrated, pissed off wide receivers have we seen in our entire lifetime because their quarterbacks aren't good enough? Do you have any idea how much faith you have to have in Brendan Sorsby to pass up, as of right now, to pass up on that draft class where he may have not played very much, and if he played at all, maybe not have played very well. Do you know how much faith you have to pass up on those quarterbacks to take Jeremiah Smith? We're all playing this out best case scenario. I think you need to work back a little bit or work your way up to best case scenario. Let's work from worst case to most realistic, then to best case scenario. Because we immediately think, well, we'll take Brendan Sorsby, he'll be great, we'll get Jeremiah Smith, and we will just have championships falling out of our pockets. It's whoa, hold on here. Hold on. I'm not going to get a chance to see the guy very much because what Albert says is right. There's going to be a suspension. There will probably be a back and forth. There might be something that's negotiated between the NFL and with Sorsby and his lawyers the same way it was in other situations that Albert had laid out there. And I think that that's a great novel idea. I just don't think it's very realistic because if you're taking Jeremiah Smith, you're probably drafting somewhere between 3rd and 6th in the NFL draft, and there you may still be in quarterback mode.
So it's interesting. You have been looking at a lot of quarterbacks in kind of worst case, kind of scared. And I'm
not trying to be scared. I'm trying to be realistic here and guard against silly, stupid stuff.
I totally understand that. The silly and stupid stuff part is very interesting to me because what could possibly be considered silly and stupid for a team like the Browns that we're all in the same boat? And yeah, there's some other teams too. And there are levels to not having a quarterback, right? Like Atlanta. Does Atlanta have a quarterback? Well, does Kevin Stefanski have one? They have Michael Penix. They went and got...
they have Tua.
Yeah, they have Tua. Like, do they have a quarterback?
No.
Most likely not.
No.
But I think
some people say they're quote-unquote soft tanking.
Yeah, I've heard that too. I've seen that too.
Kevin's, arguably been a part of that before.
Right. Should know how to traverse those waters. But what I'm saying is that clearly everybody is saying the Browns don't have one until they have one. And yeah, if Shedeur, I know anybody who's a Shedeur fan listens to this, they do not want the Browns to go after Brendan Sorsby. But if you're an objective observer, you're most likely saying the Browns probably don't have their quarterback, and you probably bet against it. And I even wonder, would the Shedeur people bet on the Browns having their quarterback?
To me,
and if you don't, then instead of having to devote a first-round pick to Sorsby, what are we mostly hearing? 2nd or 3rd? I've seen some say 4th. Pete Futek said 5th.
A 4th round. What? Pete said 5th.
Yeah, I thought he said 5th.
All right, 4th or 5th. I got no argument. Go right on ahead and put the bid, and that's fine. I don't give a damn about that. But if we're talking 2nd-round picks, see, this is where I think it costs you even more. You have to have such a blind faith. Are we going to take Brendan Sorsby out of the supplemental draft? I'm being honest. I want to ask you guys. Do you guys really have fancy to take this guy out of the supplemental draft? This is not a defense of any quarterback that we have right now or a thing to have that guy go into 2027. Do you really believe it's going to work out this way? That you will see enough Brendan Sorsby, you will believe that they love Brendan Sorsby enough that you can pass on one of those quarterbacks for a wide receiver? Because we've had great wide receivers before on this football team. We had arguably a guy who could have been the greatest ever on this football team. They won 4 games in his best season because our quarterback play sucked out loud. And you're taking a guy, if you take a 4th or 5th round guy, guys, I have no argument for that. It's not anti-Brendan Sorsby no matter what. But when you're telling me 2nd round, that means you have a lot of faith in this guy because they had a lot of faith in Josh Gordon. It'd be the highest since Josh that was ever taken. And Josh's talent showed you why. He just couldn't keep his head on straight because of all the other stuff. Now we have another situation here. If you're taking him 2nd round, you're not going to get to see very much of him. If you don't get to see very much of them, you're going to trust the Browns and just move on into next year and pass up on all these possible QBs?
I don't trust the Browns for anything. That includes not taking Brendan Sorsby. I don't trust them no matter what they do right now. They have not earned that. Yes, they've drafted a little better, so have they earned a little more trust where they've been working on Brendan Sorsby?
Certainly.
I've been told this is not something they just started working on. They have put the same amount of time into Brendan Sorsby as they would every player a year before.
How could they not? I mean, they took Joe Royer for crying out loud. Everybody's making that connection, and it's true.
Yeah, so, the trust thing doesn't matter to me because I don't really trust. They're a losing team. They're a losing organization or a losing team. They've been that way for a long time. There's nothing they could do. If they decide not to go after Brendan Sorsby, I equally don't trust that as well. So that has nothing to do with it for me. What I'm saying is they took Dylan Gabriel and then Shedeur, whatever, but they took Dylan Gabriel and they did it on the normal timeline, on the normal everything. They had him in-house. Like, what's the difference between doing that and using a second supplemental pick? And maybe he's suspended for 4 weeks, but he's in the building. What's the difference?
One mistake, a terrible mistake, because it was a 3rd-round pick. That's a terrible mistake. That guy could play for us.
But this guy's got way more talent.
But I don't want to use that as a reason to compound and maybe make another mistake. Because to me, if you're giving up a 2nd-round choice for this guy, it's not just a 2nd-round choice. I think that they will tear up the sheet going into next year unless you go out and he goes out in the facility and we just see him and he just can't play the position. Well, I can't imagine you give up a 2nd-round choice for a guy who can't, quote-unquote, play the position. So he might entice you just enough to pass up on a 2027 draft class. Because I'll tell you this, and I know we got to go. You're going to have guys, he will come to Cleveland, and he will slip in an anonymity because you will see other guys play because they'll probably have to serve a suspension. And we'll talk about it because we're in Cleveland. But that whole time, Dante Moorstar could rise even more. C.J. Carr, Jaden Mayava, a lot of people are excited about the kid out of USC. Like, there's a lot of different names that are going to be out there. And you'll pass them up because you gave up the second round
I disagree.
choice in the supplemental draft.
I know we're running out of time. I totally disagree. I don't think that taking this quarterback means they're definitely not going to take quarterback the following year.
216-474-0092. We'll leave it up to you guys. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, and a 5% chance. You better get ready to run it back at 7:22 on the Fan. Northeast Ohio.
by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Catch Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin live on YouTube each and every weekday from 2 to 7 p.m.
I'll get back to this conversation here in a second. We got people getting in on it. I do want to say, 2-second trivia coming up at 7:45. The birthday boy tells you that you can win.
Come on, Ken.
At 2-second trivia, Owen puts out a tweet. Question: what is Ken Carman and Anthony Lima's favorite catchphrase on the show? Answer: I know we're running out of time. 2-second trivia is at 7:45 on The Fan. It's true.
And in fact, we were running out of so much time and went over the clock so much, it appears we're running out of time right now.
Yeah, we're already running out of
Time
time.
to wrap it up.
Owen just thinks that. Owen, he knows that we just think like, well, if I say I know we're running out of time, that means
It's
I can
magic.
just extend it by 5 more minutes and everything's
Change
fine.
the wand.
216-474-0092. All right, I want to get to you guys on this. Like you brought up second round, and you said you wouldn't stop that from you taking a quarterback.
It's not a disqualifier. Yeah.
Well, let me say this.
Especially if the coach gets fired.
That is in the realm of possibility. Well, don't do that. Don't do that. Let's operate as if Todd Monken's going to have the job for years and years and years until he doesn't have the job. All right? Because I just don't like the vibe that sets. Hate it. Don't like it. And I like Todd Monken, and you seem to like him too. So let me bring this back. It is not without the realm of possibility. I think that's absolutely on the table that they could give up a second-round choice in the supplemental draft for Brendan Sorsby and then turn right around and draft a quarterback in the first round. I just don't think that they would really – I think it's on the low end of the possibilities of them doing it. Because if Andrew's still here, Andrew sees every quarterback as currency. That's why Dylan Gabriel's still on this roster. They'll probably work out some sort of a trade for a seventh-round pick, swap, whatever. He'll probably – I got to take a look at their picks, but – you know this will happen during training camp. Somebody will go down, and not that he's going to be made a starter somewhere, but he'll probably just trade his ass in value. Let's get a 6th or a 7th round pick. I send you a 7th and Dylan Gabriel. Like that's what he does. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that they were just to take Brendan Sorsby in the second round of the supplemental draft or with a second round choice. It's a blind draft situation, blind bid situation. You give up your second-round pick, you bring in Brendan Sorsby, but I think that the fan base is going to look at this and go, okay, then he slips into just hearsay. Like, you'll hear reports of what Mary Kay Cabot says. You'll hear reports of what Daryl says about seeing him in the building and working out in the building. And then, of course, before even that, whether or not he's even allowed in the building. We got to get that part figured out. Albert Breer brought up a great question yesterday. Is it personal conduct or is it addiction? It is addiction, but are there addictions, or do they specify in their agreement with the players, is it a specification of addiction like in gambling, or is this a substance abuse issue? Is this treated the same way? That's for Brendan Sorsby's lawyers and the NFL's lawyers to figure out, because Albert had also said, and it's a great point, you can't just let this kid come into the NFL scot-free. You cannot do that and just say, hey, bet on whoever you want in college. You'll just come to the NFL and everything will be fine. So he'll pay a fiddler of some sort. It's just how much will he be out? And then you have to ask yourself, are you going to see enough of him? Because, yeah, if I got a great player like if I thought Brendan Sorsby was a great player and I got him and then I can get Jeremiah Smith, yeah, we're laughing. But how likely is that, Tone? How likely is that? Because if you're getting Jeremiah Smith, you're still probably drafting 3rd to 6th in the draft. Yeah. And if you're drafting 3rd to 6th in the draft, yeah, Dante Moore's probably off the board. Archie Manning's off the board. This is obviously all of June 17th. Things change. But you're okay, how much do you like Jaden Mayava? Do you like him? And I know that not a lot of people know who he is right now. You'll probably know a lot more about him coming up by the end of December. You'll know more about C.J. Carr, and you'll know more about Lenoris Sellers. I'm sure there's going to be, a Josh Hoover, Darian Mensah, who one of those guys is going to shoot up the board there in the first round. Like, it happens every year. And here's this guy who's just been working with the Browns privately or might have appeared in some games at the end of the year, and I got to make a decision on my franchise and my own well-being as a fan to say, yeah, we're good with Sorsby. Let's go get Jeremiah Smith. and it's fish in a barrel because he plays at Ohio State. But we've had great wide receivers here before, and we've watched them basically waste their time because they haven't had good quarterback play. You know it, and I know it, and you've seen it.
Yeah, now the thing is, and Breer went over this yesterday on the afternoon show, is how much he's going to be allowed in the building during his suspension. Let's say he gets suspended 4 games, but it's, between, again, it's the personal conduct policy, Breer said, or what? There were the two.
The substance abuse or personal conduct.
And if it's substance abuse, they let you in the building because it's almost like
part of the therapy.
They have sympathy and grace, and they
got to be around
want
people who are
now,
supporting you.
We can debate whether or not that makes any sense, whether that's logical. But if that's the case, he's in the building all year, gets suspended for games he was never going to play in anyway, and then halfway through the year they start him. I mean, the Giants decided in working with Jackson Dart, now they fired their coach and they had all the injuries, and they had a mess on their hands too, and he didn't win a ton of games. And he made a lot of mistakes and suffered the concussions. But they clearly saw enough in Jackson Dart to say, yeah, he's going to be our starting quarterback going forward. We're going to build around him. Now, who knows if that lasts through this year?
But
they decided that.
He had a full season.
Right, but at the same time, he didn't start from week 1. It wasn't like there wasn't really a fair competition.
Was it Tyrod
or anything
Taylor who was the starter before him?
No, Russell. Was there Russell
No,
Wilson?
it was Russell.
Yeah.
That's right.
So, but the Browns, they had Shedeur in the building all year. He started 7 games, and they still traded Myles Garrett. Because why? Because we don't think they think that the quarterback of their roster is on the roster.
I would imagine the Giants would probably still feel the same way. But as I threw in your face yesterday, it's very easy in this last draft class in April to pass up on quarterbacks where it's one is argued whether or not Ty Simpson deserves to be where he was drafted, and there was Fernando Mendoza.
But they weren't saying that a year ago. They were not saying that.
They weren't.
They thought there'd be quarterbacks available last year.
216-474-0092. Where the hell's my mouse? There it is. Let me get to Jeff and Brett and Madison. They want him right at the top of the list. Sorry, Jeff. Hold on there. Brett, go ahead.
Okay, so if you had a second-round pick, would you use that to get Johnny Manziel?
No.
Right now?
No.
Would you take that second pick and use it to get Josh Gordon?
Right now, no, but I would have at the time.
No. Okay, so you wouldn't do that now. Would you take that second-round pick if you were in baseball and take Class A?
No, I wouldn't.
So why would we take a second-round pick and pick Sorsby?
Well, we're desperate, and a lot of us...
No, we are not desperate enough. There's enough quarterbacks coming out next year.
Well, you asked. I was giving you a reason.
Well, hold on. Class A
should
should not be lumped into this conversation.
Why not?
Because Class A did things that were categorically illegal.
That's true.
Well, at least right now they're still trying to sift through that.
He's alleged to have done some categorically illegal.
Hold on.
Here we go.
The betting that Sorsby did, and I think it's important. He's going to be eligible in the NFL. Class A is not eligible to play baseball right now. You're also talking about Johnny Manziel.
That's right.
As the guy, we know how his career panned out. We don't know how good Sorsby is, for better or for worse. He hasn't played down in the NFL. As a prospect, right now, he is thought to be a very legitimate prospect. Had he have gotten to play this year, he might have been able to play his way into the first round as a prospect. We don't know. But right now,
I think
they'll let the market play out.
Brett is giving you a worst case scenario, and I kind of like it.
We've seen the what happened with Class A. Okay, now what's going to say that we aren't going to get that with this kid? I know people can change, but let's play the odds. The odds are we've seen the trouble that Manziel had, but we took him anyways. And what happened? It bit us. Okay, and then what happened is Josh Gordon had some troubles, but we took him because what a great talent he was, and he could have been in the Hall of Fame
easily.
Okay,
easily.
And so addiction is a terrible thing, and I feel for those that are caught in addiction. But man, that is too much of a gamble. That second round pick that we're giving up for Sorsby could be used on a lineman or something like that to help build depth or something on our line, which is to me more important than dealing with somebody that has a bunch of personal issues.
And I think I'm with you.
That may come and bite us.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. But I do remember this, Brett, and thank you for the call. I do remember last week when we got the Class A thing brought up. I'm like, well, he's in trouble for conspiracy to fix. Like as far as I know, there's nothing in Brendan Sorsby's history that says that. Yes.
Instances of games.
That's why one could go to prison.
We don't have concrete allegations about that. I do think it's important. Peterlin brought this up yesterday, and you pour through the case. Look, there's a lot of bad there. There's no doubt. When he was
talking about Sorsby?
With Sorsby.
Okay.
When he was 18 years old, right? When he was not really playing. I mean, they threw him in some games. When he was not playing is when he bet on his team the most. And then last year, their allegations, it's from 2 years ago, right? Not even last year. There really isn't anything from last year. So I mean, the case could be made that he's a year away from doing a lot of the bad stuff. He's already been on his recovery, road to recovery. Who knows? If you know addicts, you know that's a struggle. That could be a struggle for a long period of time. It could be a struggle for the rest of their life. Gambling is kind of a newfangled thing for a lot of people.
Yeah, but I don't like to throw it in somebody's face. If I knew a guy who was an alcoholic and he's been sober for 10 years, I'm not going to sit there and call him a drunk to his face all the time. I mean, that's terrible.
Yeah.
A guy, if he was a gambler and he's a 10-year recovered gambling addict, that's unfair to throw
I
it
don't
in his
disagree
face.
with anything Jeff said at the end of his call. It's a risk.
Right.
It's a risk. It's a risk. 100% it is. But he said, but you could use it on alignment. We've just learned over this window of the Cleveland Browns, nothing matters until you get the quarterback. That's the only reason we're talking about Sorsby, and it's the only reason we're talking in desperation about a guy that could be facing an NFL suspension. That we come in because we know it doesn't matter if you don't have a quarterback and you have all these fancy offensive linemen.
2-second trivia, 744, your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. It's so good, and the questions are fantastic. You're going to love answering them. 216-474-0092 for that, and a 5% chance? You better get ready to run him back. Ken Carman, Anthony Lima, and some not-so-great news about the future of one of our franchises coming up in 5 on The Fan.
XTEND, AV.
content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Nine o'clock. Dane Brugler going to join us on the show. 20 minutes away. 20 minutes. Your chance to win a 4-pack of Mr. Hero combo meals. 2-second trivia. You got to answer 2 questions within 2 seconds each. So you could say, what member of Ken's family are the guys alleged to have cursed Jose Ramirez over the weekend? What?
What member of Ken's family cursed Jose Ramirez?
No, there's an alleged. Alleged is a famous word that should be used over and over again. It gets you out of a lot of things.
Who has the last known photo with Jose Ramirez?
That's right. Yeah, there's no others.
Oh, there's millions of people. There's millions.
Not
You're
that
full of it.
Specifically posed
the
for.
last
They do that every game.
Yeah,
they do that every batting practice.
I think he was suspicious afterwards, and he's like, we better stop. Yeah. We're going on a dangerous path. And then, whoops-a-daisies.
You are both psychos. Both of you.
Which son was quoted as, sure would be a shame if something happened to your hand, Jose?
Oh, see, that was dumb. He shouldn't have done that.
Didn't say that.
You're just tempting, tempting
That's
fate.
a quote, Ken.
He put it on his yearbook quote.
All right, so 2-second trivia coming up at 7:45. Also, it is not. You guys keep calling. I can't believe there's that many people calling this a failure. What is it? Why it's not a failure? Coming up at 8 o'clock. A 5% chance. That's what we have. A 5% shot. According to Sam Quinn, the NBA writer for CBS, he has LeBron coming back to Cleveland as a 5% chance. The odds are out. 40% for the Lakers. It is 30% for the Golden State Warriors. I just don't agree with that. 20% retirement. I mean, I find that you could have a 30% chance, but I can't stand that for a multitude of reasons. 20% retirement, 5% Cleveland Cavaliers. It's rather lengthy why he writes that. 3% Clippers, 1% Miami, 1% San Antonio, and down the line they go. And the 5%, I'll try to do it quickly. In a perfect world, James may want to retire in Cleveland. If money is a factor, though, that's going to be difficult. As of right now, the Cavaliers are $3 million or so above the second apron with their first-round pick accounted for, which hence probably why the Dennis Schroeder thing is going on right now. Not just a cost-saving measure. The question is, from Sam Quinn, is that doable? He writes, well, maybe. James Harden's cap figure will probably come down a bit through his player option. He will likely resign on a longer deal that lowers his cap hit for next year. But if the Cavaliers are pursuing the mid-level path, then they have to shed more than $30 million in total. Even if they lower Harden's salary meaningfully, that would mean paying someone to take a role player like Max Strus or Dennis Schroeder, maybe both, when you factor in filling out the roster. Given their limited draft capital, that doesn't seem especially responsible. Well, I don't think they care about responsibility. I got to push back on Sam Quinn about that. Like, I'm not trying to make him out to be the biggest bastard in the world. Far from it. What I'm pointing out is that I don't think responsibility and the Cavs have ever hung out together at all.
Well, if you don't think they can win a title anyway next year, what sense does it mean to be responsible for the next 3 years? It doesn't really make sense.
But they've
anyway.
always been a team to push it to the very end, then we go bust.
Yeah,
and that's the way it goes. Now, I know it's different now than it used to be, especially with the new rules that are going to kick in, which are really convoluted about the draft lottery. But
yeah, there are other teams that have kind of gone that direction too. Like eventually there is a talent train that happens over time when you use all your assets. And by the way, the Knicks would have been there too. They used up all their assets to go after the very flawed team that they had, then ended up going on one of the remarkable runs in NBA playoff history. So, you know, you do try to, you eventually have to max out. Like, it is impossible. And I think the Warriors have kind of shown that over time. I think the Heat, to some extent, have showed that over time.
But Bob Myers was always warning everybody about
this. But
this.
the two timeline thing just doesn't work. It's almost impossible to try to preserve the next generation while also competing current to try to win it all. It just doesn't work.
It doesn't.
So you have to pick one of two avenues.
And
does anybody want them to just tear it down now? It doesn't make sense to because they don't own their picks.
And let me point this out again, is that you got to do everything you possibly can to maximize this. And some people have, Owen showed me a post yesterday that he knew was going to get me really good and pissed. And it was the picture of Kevin Love, Darius Garland, and Colin Sexton about, at least we had fun. I go, was it fun when Kevin Love was rage quitting in Toronto? That wasn't fun whatsoever.
Put me in the category of never had fun during that run.
That was not fun.
And we were an afterthought and irrelevant and the most amount of games I've ever skipped.
Well, no,
during that portion.
Exactly. You just want to watch. If you just want to watch basketball and never compete for anything, there's AAU tournaments all around the area. You can knock yourself out. You go right on ahead.
That'll cost the same amount of money.
Fun. I got free tickets every night because they were trying to fill up the arena. It was awesome.
If you just want to go see the game, that's perfectly fine. I want them to compete for something. I'm willing to say that 95% of Cavs fans actually do want them to compete for something. And bringing back LeBron would be that conversation. But if you're telling me it's only a 5% chance, because Sam Quinn is not being mean-spirited towards Cleveland or anything like that. What is written here is sensical. And if I can't get Giannis, which it seems that I don't have an even dog in the fight to be able to get Giannis, and LeBron won't come back, I think we got to be kind of ready, guys.
Well, the other thing,
to run it back.
Yeah, well,
which you ain't going to like, but it's...
I still don't think they're going to run it back. I think you're going to see a bevy of moves. That's the Schroeder. The Schroeder move is a start of it. And I know in the afternoon they had this big debate about, why are they all of a sudden just cost cutting? It's because the way the cap is set up is you can't do business if you're above the cap. It's not about saving money. Dan Gilbert just spent how much money with the cap and the tax included? Mm-hmm. It's one of the all-time expensive rosters in sports.
This isn't the Red Sox trying to shed salary or anything.
Literally in sports. It's one of the all-time most expensive rosters they just spent. It's not about saving $10 million on Dennis Schroeder. It's about being able to preserve some flexibility, all flexibility, because you can't be over the second apron 2 years in a row and then be able to do anything. It eliminates 8 of your levers that you can pull. So this is what they're going to do. They're going to get underneath that second apron. There's some wiggle room to actually get under the first apron, too, to even allow them more flexibility. But that would only be if you could get some agreement from LeBron. You're not going to... If you don't have that, then it's not going to happen. I will say, as a side note, the LeBron stuff, I think it would be very depressing if in the final year of LeBron's career, he's on the West Coast. I think it would be very depressing because, a big part of the send-off is so that your fans that you have in every city get a chance to see him.
He would only come back here once.
And he'd only come back here in Cleveland once. That would be horrible. And then what if he's injured, too? I mean, I know that somebody like LeBron who thinks about this stuff globally and is infatuated, obsessed with his legacy.
That's why I'd be shocked.
It's hard for me to believe the Golden State thing makes sense. And I don't know. Obviously, I hope he comes back to the Cavs because if you don't think they can win a title anyway, which so many of you don't believe they can, then it would assign a real mean to this year.
Exactly. I feel the same way you do.
And you could say today, who cares about his last year when he's over the hill? First of all, I saw him last year. There were 30 times last year he was definitely not over the hill.
He can absolutely get gassed up. If you actually did get him back, I'd be talking load management like crazy. I'd say he picks and chooses when he plays. If it is a retirement tour, if they do want to make that official, then you're going to have to go on these road trips and walk out there in street clothes and wave to everybody and things like that. I don't want you playing in this stuff because I want you to preserve your 41-year-old body for the postseason.
I also know
but it can be done.
Kobe Bryant in his final year, and they were terrible, and he played 66 games, and he was hobbling most of the year. All of it was intensely meaningful to his fans around the world. And you could sit here today and poo-poo, what do I care about LeBron's last season in Cleveland? He left us twice. You don't understand. You're making a statement that you and your kids and your family will not agree with once it happens.
It's not just
because once it happens, I saw it with Kobe. I saw it with my own eyes. The LeBron experience, whether the Cavs are winning, losing, irrelevant, competitive, it will be something you will remember for the rest of your life.
If he's here once, you won't be able to get into the building. If he's here 81 times till he's waved at people, doesn't have to play at every game, he will at least be in the building. And you'll at least get a chance to see him. in some capacity. Like, there's going to be people who can only make it to one game. And if he were here, he might not play in that game, and you're going to be really upset. I understand that. But at least be in the building and wave to people, and you could see him. It sucks, but that's part of it. It would suck even worse if you were only here one time, and the get-in price would be about $3,000 for the upper bowl.
And you just would be locked out.
You would be locked out. But this is where I differ from a lot of people here. Like, we played this clip earlier in the show, and I went after the guy who said it because I thought it was ridiculous, and I'm glad that Alan Hahn went after him in the clip on Get Up. This is a man named Vincent Goodwill, and I think that it does give us a reason why LeBron would make a difference for us. Go ahead and here's Vincent Goodwill yesterday on ESPN. He called the Larry O'Brien Trophy a participation trophy.
I like to know that greatness is validated. How do we know that any of the last 8 champions are actually validated? Because they have not done it again. Giannis is itching to get out. Boston is thinking about trading Jaylen Brown. They don't believe in their one championship. LeBron's one championship in L.A. was not enough. So why would it be enough for us?
Validate is the Larry O'Brien that I put on that shelf and it stays there forever. That's the validation. The Laker thing.
Oh, you mean participation trophy then?
I'm sorry, Larry O'Brien is a participation trophy?
If everybody gets one.
It is a actual trophy. You won the league that year. The 2021 I get because it's summer camp. Like, it was in one little bubble, and that's why people give them crap about that one. But no, you win the title. It's validated. You're forever a champion. The difference, of course, is, to me, you can have rivalries without dynasty.
So earlier in the show, at the beginning of the show, I went crazy on this clip because I thought the statement in itself was asinine. But let me highlight this.
I hope LeBron sometime in some part of his career validates the 2016 championship. I hope he figures out a way to do it, because right now I didn't realize it was relegated to being an irrelevant championship.
Aside, you can go back on the Rewind app presented by Integrated Restoration, and you can go back and listen to that because all the reasons that we said I still think are true. But you go back to last year and go forward to this year. As of right now, off the top of your head, I bet you can name any person, if you're on 480 right now, 77, no matter. You could probably name 7-8 teams off the top of your head that could win a championship. You probably don't have the Cavs in there. But I'm willing to say that, and in fact, we know it. No Knicks fans were willing to say that they had a chance at a championship last year. And so,
we know Knicks fans. It's 100% true.
With the margins being so... Jerry Ferrara admitted it. He admitted it going into the postseason this year. With the margins being so razor thin on all these teams, yes, at 41... Yes, with all the other things in the quote-unquote drama, which I don't know how much drama there is in a retirement season, but whatever. He very well could be the difference maker in you getting swept in the Eastern Conference Finals and getting another championship. It is as wide open. We've had 8 different champions. It's as wide open as it's ever been. So even though I hate the statement that was made, when you get me to, 8 different championships, that means that I definitely have a dog in this race. I definitely can do something here. If LeBron, you've got to jump through several hoops if LeBron comes back. Now, if LeBron doesn't come back, I don't know if there's going to be a lot of guys out there that wets people's whistle on thinking they can win a championship, but I think LeBron is still a difference maker at 41 years old. Coming up in 5 minutes, 216-474-0092. I want you to remember that number because, first off, every Cavs conversation is brought to you by the fine folks at Surfside Hard Iced Tea. I would ask you to please enjoy that Surfside Hard Iced Tea responsibly. But also, I want you to have your chance to win a 4-pack of Mr. Hero combo meals. Yes, you can win a 4-pack of Mr. Hero combo meals. All you have to do is win 2-second trivia. 216-474-0092. You call in. You answer 2 questions within 2 seconds each. You are eating some free Mr. Hero. 216-474-0092. Load them up. 2-second trivia in 5 minutes on the Fan.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service.
stores with any size True Oasis fountain drink for $1 with True Rewards. True Rewards members pick their favorite Pepsi fountain drink and pay only $1. Find the app in your favorite app store, look for the Star Compass to sign up, and save with True North convenience stores.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app. You have 2 seconds and only 2 seconds to win. This is 2-second trivia.
It is time for 2-second trivia. And your chance to win a 4-pack of Mr. Hero Combo Meals. Let Mr. Hero deliver your next meal with DoorDash. Or order online for pickup and we'll have it ready for you when you walk in the door. Order online through the app or at MrHero.com. Ask the trivia question. Congratulations from Mr. Hero and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. I'm just reading from the sheet. Lima, are we ready to go?
Oh, what a crop, a batch of questions we have in store.
Questions. 216-474-0092. We start off with Max in Lakewood, home of the Rangers. Max, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen.
I assume you're ready.
I'm ready.
Lima, take it away.
Oh, let's take it to the max. Who was batting cleanup last night for your Guardians?
Daniel Schneemann.
Eventually, he was. Eventually.
That was a good
listed
guess.
On the starting line.
That was a good guess. Here we go. Josh in Westlake, home of the Demons. Josh, good morning.
Good morning.
Are you ready, Josh?
I'm ready.
Lima, take it away.
The NBA Finals ratings topped at 33 million in that last game, fifth and final game. As heard earlier on the show, that's the highest in the finals since which year?
Oh, my goodness.
I got a pretty good guess, bud. All right. Sean and Willowick, home of the South Rebels?
East Lake North
Rangers,
I believe.
Damn it!
Close, Ken. But I'm excited to be here nonetheless.
I hope you are excited, Sean. I hope you win now.
The candle wicks.
I hope you win now, Sean and
Kareem
Willowick.
Hunt is rolling over in his...
He is alive.
Oh, he's alive.
He is very much with us still. All right, Sean. Excuse me. Sean, are you ready?
I'm ready, Ken.
Lima, take it away.
Who did the United States beat in their very first World Cup match?
South Africa.
Come on.
He did guess the country.
216-474-0092. There are some lines that have opened up. Kyle in Westlake, home of the Demons. Kyle, hello.
How we doing, lads?
Oh, he's already off to a bad start. I don't like when people call each other lads.
There are other things I don't like that people on this show call other people. We'll get to that.
That's confidence.
All right. Kyle, I assume you're ready.
I am ready.
Lima, take it away.
Who leads Major League Baseball in saves with 23?
Come on, guys.
I thought I was serving one up there.
This is an all-time bad
the
one.
2 seconds are when you answer the question. They're not for thinking and then answering later.
We might be done.
216-4... Nah, they're getting in again. 216-474-0092. Justin and Cuyahoga Heights. I don't even know what they call themselves anymore. Justin, good morning.
Good morning.
Lima, take it away.
As heard earlier on the show, who pulled off a hat trick last night in a World Cup match?
Messi.
Yes.
Finally.
Yes.
Finally.
Hey-o.
Justin, you...
Messi, that's what you call Ken's mascot prediction.
Justin, you are in the barn. Are you ready for your chance to eat some free Mr. Hero? Yum, 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 yum.
Oh.
Lima. Take it away.
Let's bring it home. What is Chase DeLauder's walk-up song?
Damn it. Come on. It's so easy. They all start singing it. I know a lot of
walk-up
walk-ups.
part that's in parentheses too, or you can.
He didn't ask you Casey Blake's walk-up song. He asked you Chase DeLauder's. He asked you CDL's walk-up song.
That's right.
Ryan in Parma, home of the Normandy Invaders. Ryan, good morning.
Good morning.
Lima, take it away.
All right, we were locked up in a tight one with the Brew Crew last night. What division did they play in?
NL Central.
Yes.
Might as well just ask him what sport they play.
It's fair. If he was a time traveler from 1998.
Kevin Seitzer knocked it in the winning run. All right. You ready, Ryan?
Let's do it.
Lima, take it away.
As heard earlier on the show, your top 3 home run hitters all injured right now, darn it. Who is 4th?
No.
I heard a different language there at the end.
You're too late. Too late. Marcus in Aurora, home of the former Geauga Lake Park, but still hopefully home of the Roto Man. Marcus, good morning.
Hey, happy Wednesday, gentlemen.
I learned a lot about gravity.
You don't know that mascot there, Ken?
It's Rotor Man, not Roto Man, right? Rotor Man.
Centrifugal force.
Because it was called the Rotor. I know the Green Men. They're called the Green Men.
You were just not
I know
talking
the
about
AD
their school
there.
right now, or
I know
what?
the high school football coach there,
talked to
Bob
them lately?
Mahalik, one of the best people out there. Just shut up the rest of that sentence you were going to say over
I
there.
had a sentence I wanted to say.
You know, the reason we say things off the air is
So
because
they
they're
stay
off the air, and so they stay off the air, you ass.
Well, you always stay on the air an extra 2 minutes a segment.
That's a fair point.
I've got to bring it.
He's got me there. Yeah, that's right. Damn it. All right, Marcus, you ready?
I'm ready.
Lima, take it away.
What college did Spencer Fano play at?
Utah.
Yes. Marcus has got it, ladies and gentlemen. He is in the barn. Marcus, are you ready for your chance to eat some free Mr. Hero?
Well, let's give it a shot. That's right.
Lima, take it away.
With 8 different champions in 8 years in the NBA, what did Vinny Goodwill of ESPN call the Larry O'Brien Trophy?
The Shaq O'Neal runner-up.
No. Close. Lightning round time. George in Westlake, home of the Fightin' Bernies. George, are you ready?
I'm ready, Ken.
Lima, take it away.
Who is the Baltimore Ravens head coach?
Leo in Strongsville, home of the Mustangs. We will not be referencing anything else. Hello, Leo, are you ready?
Let's go.
Lima, take it away.
Who won last year's college basketball national championship?
Oh, shoot, Kansas.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know off the top of my head. I'm sorry. Jim in Northfield, home of the Knights. Jim, are you ready?
Let's go.
Lima, take it away.
Who is the radio play-by-play voice of the Cleveland Browns? It's heard right here on Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Siciliano.
Yes.
Jim is in the barn. Jim, I assume you're ready. Lima, take it away.
Who is responsible for the curse of Jose Ramirez by taking a photo with him on Friday night?
Oh.
That is
69 degrees.
That is not a fair question. That should be stricken from the record. He didn't jinx him. Damn you. All right. Chris and Chardon, home of the Hilltoppers. Chris, Lima, take it away.
Who led the NBA in postseason scoring with 29 a game?
Jalen Brunson.
Yes.
Here we go. For your chance to win, Lima, take it away.
Which disgraced university where Joe Paterno was the head coach did our young John Colavita attend?
Penn State.
Got it. He got it. Wow.
Just barely.
The longest answer.
Judas Priest.
Wow, disgraced program. Sad.
Shut up. What are you doing?
I mean, John's got to answer for all that.
He
No
wasn't
pushback
there.
from me.
He wasn't there. Shut up, you two. He wasn't there at that time. I just toured that facility. Really nice. Was there for the spring game.
I think the good news is they could be on an upward trajectory finally.
Yeah. All right, Chris, congratulations on all your success in winning the free Mr. Hero. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Chris. We'll put Chris back on hold. I have to say it out loud so nothing gets messed up.
Your son take any pictures with those guys?
Yes, he did, actually.
Oh, no.
He took a picture with
Penn State football.
with LeVar Arrington's son. So,
oh my God.
It's LeVar Arrington, guys. I mean, come on. LeVar Arrington. Took a picture with a football coach as well.
Is he still on that 2 Cups of Joe in a radio show? LeVar?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. I'm sorry. I just know him as a good player. I'm sure he's a good host, too. All right, we're moving on. 8:40, Chris Kaiser going to join us on the
Arrington
show.
of grievances.
Chris Kaiser going to join us at 8:40. Also, 9 o'clock. Dane Brugler going to join us on the show. That'll be a lot of fun for everybody involved because Dane's going to tell us what. Did you see him going after Chase Daniel yesterday?
I saw him going after all sorts of people yesterday. You're going to want to hear what he has to say about Brendan Sorsby.
Dane is getting spicy. Ken is getting larger on the fan. Friends, Ken Carman here for the wonderful people at Classic Honda in Streetsburg.
2020, J-Rams missed 26 games. And if I were to call him the most irreplaceable player in Cleveland sports right now, I don't think that's me overreacting. Like he matters that much, obviously, but it is baseball still. One guy tilts the scales, but it doesn't do so enough to tank the season.
The Afternoon Drive, weekdays starting at 2. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Ridge Road is also
I love the promos. So JPL and Nixie there were mixing it up, and I thought they were pretty on point. On that stuff. That stuff they were talking about. Just that's my nicknames. I don't know. You guys,
you're a big nickname
you guys
guy?
don't do nicknames?
No.
So I ran into JPL at a Ryan Young event over the weekend.
JPL.
And people think we're always going to fight. And I'm like, no.
You can't call him JPL. His last name is Peterlin. It's not Peter
That's
Lynn.
who you're talking about.
Yeah, JPL. And then Nixie.
There's no small letter, then a big letter like Chase DeLauder.
Now, Nixie, we've gotten into it over the years.
Nixie.
And we go way back. He's one of my favorites from the old days when we used to host on the weekends. So you get JPL and Nixie together.
I love listening to their show. And when they say things like this.
We still await word on the CDL injury. That's the kind of thing that would happen to a habitually hurt player in CDL. Meaning I can handle the Hosey injury without the CDL one, and I can handle the CDL one without the Hosey one if CDL is healthy enough to stay up to the big leagues next couple weeks.
We mentioned CDL, for instance. CDL's been struggling for a month now.
But if Bazana and CDL perform to where they had early in the season.
Now, why are we calling Bazana? We got to be able to shorten that.
Bazizi.
There's got to be something. If you're going to do it, you got to go all out. Everybody's got to have one.
I didn't realize there was that much in there. I did not. I was like, this is going to be stupid, and it is stupid, but.
Well, so this is, okay.
I didn't realize there was going to be that much in there.
Nick and Jonathan, they watch a lot more baseball than me. I think it's pretty evident. And this is something baseball people do. They all go with a nickname.
Every sport does. Every sport has a nickname for people.
Not like baseball. It's not like baseball. We used to joke all the time about how Tito would make players' names longer with a nickname. And that never made sense to me.
Okay.
Like Hedges, why does Hedges have to be Hedgie?
Hedgie's easier. Well, a lot of coaches do like to put a Y at the end of it.
Well, they do call him Hedgehog on the broadcast sometimes.
They do call him Hedgehog on the broadcast.
Which is way longer.
Kind of funny. Do people call him CDL?
Like, remember,
all the time?
Bourne was Borny. Why did you make it longer?
Do people call... Jeez, you really dug into the bag for that one. Do people call him CDL a lot?
Okay, nobody in my life does, but I'm not having as frequent baseball discussions.
This is a much deeper conversation than you are making it out to be here, because I think there's an age part to it. Okay. You are a 45-year-old man, and you are trying to tell everybody you are a 45-year-old man. I think at times you do care too much about what young people think, but I don't accuse you of trying to be younger than what you are. You know what I mean? Does that make sense at all? I don't think you're like, hello, fellow kids.
Oh, yeah.
That type of thing.
When we played Iron Eagles, Noah, when we played Noah Eagle, because I say they sound...
That's just really respectful.
They sound identical.
Playing Noah Eagles, Iron Eagles kid.
When Noah Eagle went on and on about...
Grown man, he's a taxpayer.
Spida, I'm like, I host a show in Cleveland.
Does Mike Breen call people nicknames? Doesn't he call people nicknames?
None of our callers say Spida.
No.
So all of a sudden, when a broadcaster comes in for the first time to do a game,
but
and
he's 26, and he's 26 or something.
So you guys let me know. Is that how you identify Donovan Mitchell?
No.
That's not how I identify him.
I did not like calling him Frankie. I liked calling him Francisco.
Yeah.
Francisco just sounds better to me.
So is everybody...
Lindor.
And you're at the ballpark a ton this year.
I am.
Are people calling him CDL?
I don't think that's a big, they don't chant it. No, I mean, I've heard it, but not in everyday practical use.
Do they chant CDL?
No.
Okay.
Should they?
It's easy to chant. CDL is...
DeLauder. Everyone just calls him DeLauder.
Yeah.
All right, I'll say this. If they start chanting CDL, I'll be on board.
Hold on. You guys talk amongst yourselves. I'm getting texts from season ticket holders of the Guardians here. Hold on.
I'm being dead serious. If they start chanting that, then it makes sense and it becomes a thing. You can't make it become a thing.
Hold on now. Dairy Brothers, and they're older than us. Todd says we always call him CDL.
Okay.
I don't know if I was supposed to read that on the air, but I just did, so the hell with it.
Chase DeLauder's too cool of a name to call him CDL. Like,
CDL
you're doing him a disservice.
CDL is, I just think of trucking when I think of CDL. And
we have the big rig.
We have the big rig there.
Which no one calls him that.
I kind of like the nickname Big Rig, but I don't call him Big Rig all the time.
It's not Big Rig. It's the Big Rig.
But
should be the big boy.
On first reference.
No, that one only comes around once or twice a year.
Like tonight, right? When I do the sports, I'll call him Gavin Williams, then I'll go Big Rig. I guarantee it'll happen. But I don't.
Also go.
I can if you want me to.
You have to now.
Now I think I'm going to do it. When I do like the throwdown and all that stuff, I won't call him Hosey. I'll call him Jose. And if they write Hosey in there, I delete it and write Jose.
I've never called him Hosey in my life.
I don't. Spida is deleted, and I write Donovan or Mitchell or Donovan Mitchell. I don't do the Spida.
What about Browns? Let's go through the Browns. What have been any of the nicknames that we've affectionately referred to any of the football players as?
What are some of the? I don't remember any of the nicknames that they had.
Okay, people said Bake Show.
They did.
Yes, they did.
No, they did.
Yes, they did.
You made that up. You wrote that down right then and there.
Bake Show.
Everyone called him Bake Show.
No one called him Bake Show.
We had Bake Show.
His name is Baker. That's good enough. Just call him Baker. You didn't need to make up a nickname. Well, first off, I'm arguing nobody called him Bake Show. There's no other nicknames that are there. What else are for this generation of Browns? There's no other ones. Yeah, you're trying to think because you can't think of any.
No, I definitely, maybe it was almost a making fun of him thing that I would get texts. Oh, Bake Show's bacon.
It's not what people say.
No, it's when he would start throwing interceptions when they would say that.
I had a bunch of people get in when I said it's like a shot-for-shot remake of what I'm watching down in Tampa Bay, by the way.
Okay.
Did you see the latest news?
Yes.
They're hoping he protects himself better as he goes for a new contract. I go, that's amazing. I can't imagine where I've ever heard that before. And I'm like, guys, it's like watching the same movie over and over again, just with different characters,
now,
just with different jersey colors. And immediately I got people going, better than anything. I go, I didn't say he was better than anything the Browns have had since, or he wasn't. I know he's better than anything the Browns have had before him or after him.
That is true.
That's not the argument. It's true. That I've seen all this and heard all this and even said all this before, and they're doing it now down in Tampa Bay.
Now, the argument is, and I said to protect against this, and we've got to be smarter about this, we can't just write off players. We can't just say they'll never win a championship. And yet, with supreme confidence, I will continue to say Baker Mayfield will never win a Super Bowl as a starting quarterback. So maybe I'm not learning my lesson.
Well, hold on. Because I got a call here, and I got to make sure that there's a few guys here that are. All right, hold on. Let me send this here. This is great broadcasting. Let me get to Todd and Willoughby. Hello, Todd.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
All right, so it's not Todd Derry because I'm texting another Todd. I didn't realize I knew so many Todds. All right, Todd. Yeah, go ahead with what you were going to say.
Well, we don't know each other, but nice to meet you. So
nice to meet you.
Two local sports guys who have driven me nuts for years. I'm glad you're bringing this up.
Oh, God.
The one is
don't use their names. Don't use their names.
Wait a minute. Are you?
I'll use their nicknames. How about that? So the one is the Roadman, who he used to love making up nicknames for the Cavs back in the day.
Love the
point where I had to turn him off. And the other is D-Man, who comes up with nicknames that nobody else calls Indians players or Guardians players anywhere. So that's all I got, but I've been sitting on that one for a decade.
Oh, Todd,
Roadman used to. He just explained this over the weekend.
I love D-Man too.
Roadman. People asked him. He was like opening up a mailbag, an old-fashioned mailbag, and the question was, "Why did you call John Cooper Newt Cooper?" And then he explained in the mailbag. And I had always wondered why he had called him that.
I remember him explaining Newt Cooper back in the day, but I don't remember why he called him Newt Cooper. But I remember the explanation many times over. Yes, and he would play the "I don't have a clue. I don't have a clue. I don't have a clue." I remember that. All right, enough of the CDL nicknames. Not too much of the nicknames.
Mm-hmm. Well, JPL and Nixie a little bit later on.
Remember I got Kenny all mad because I got people calling me Hog Carman? Yes. And he got really pissed Coming up at 8:40, Chris Kaiser going to join us. You going to call him Chrissy?
I want to
call
ask
him a
him
different name.
What's the latest with LeBron?
Okay, well, that's going to be a hell of a question. And right before we have Chris Kaiser on, well, it didn't necessarily work out the way we wanted to, but there's no way you can call the James Harden trade a failure already. What's Chris going to be walking into at 8:40 on The Fan?
It's Anthony Lima, 4.
hopes DeLauder can work his way back in the lineup and for the moment considered day-to-day. Get all the latest Browns content filtered right to your phone during this offseason by following the Browns playlist and 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Well, would you go ahead and take this guy if he reminded you of a Jackson Dart? Daniel Jeremiah, what say you on ESPN?
Take everything that's happened away and just look at the tape of who he is as a player, and we can talk about that for a second. You're talking about somebody who's got elite size, arm strength, and athleticism. Like he's 238 pounds, just under 6'3". He can make every throw. He's real loose and fluid. I have a higher grade on Fernando, but Fernando is a little more compact. You could say even a little bit robotic. He's more of the loosey-goosey, like he'll drift and float in the pocket, but he can throw from every arm angle. Just a tremendous athlete. There's a base you can build on with him. Now there's more development ahead of him, even though he started a good number of games in college. The skills are exceptional. So as a player, he reminded me a lot of Jackson Dart when he was at Ole Miss, where you could look at him and say, okay, the size, the athleticism, the toughness, the competitiveness, and maybe there's some things to refine, but we can move him around and use his athleticism while we continue to develop him in other areas. And Dart went, in the early 20s? So that's who he reminded me of just purely as a football player.
Daniel Jeremiah says Brendan Sorsby reminds him of Jackson Dart. We'll see what Dane Brugler thinks at 9 o'clock because he was getting spicy on social media about Brendan Sorsby yesterday.
And the Dart thing is interesting because most people are hopeful if he can stay healthy and not run himself into trouble. Same stuff we're talking about Baker. Most people were like, wow, that's a promising rookie year for somebody like him in an awful situation. The only people I see that think that Jackson Dart sucks are Shedeur Sanders fans. Those are the only people that I've seen say that.
Interesting. We'll see what Dane Brugler thinks if he sucks or not, coming up at 9 o'clock from The Athletic. I ran this yesterday. I wanted to see if it was a straw man. We didn't get a chance. Well, I did it 2 days ago. We didn't get a chance to talk about it yesterday with the Sorsby stuff that came out. But I had heard somebody on the station, and it wasn't. Usually, guys, 10 out of 10 times we love to take swings at each other with the afternoon. I'm not going to take swings at other because I don't know him as well. Like Jake's a kid. I don't want to yell at Jake or get into Jake's craw or anything. But I did hear a couple of people on the station over the weekend calling James Harden in his trade a failure. I said it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. But I said, well, wait a minute. Is this a straw man or is this true? Now, the Internet's the Internet because I didn't bring it up on the air yet. So I kind of want to ask you guys, 216-474-0092. We got Chris Kaiser coming on at 8:40, so we only got 9 minutes to do this. Let me ask you, do you think that the James Harden trade's a failure? Because I do not, and I'm ready to specify why.
No, and there's no real numbers that back up that he's a failure. You look at all his on-off, the offensive rating stuff, the team's offensive play when he's on. If anything, it kind of was bad for Donovan Mitchell. So, that's another question altogether. But the minutes that he was on the floor, that Donovan Mitchell wasn't on the floor, were all way better than the minutes Donovan was on the floor that James wasn't. James, believe it or not, despite the turnovers, and that's all encapsulated in the numbers, it all takes account the bad turnovers too, and the live ball turnovers, and all the horrible stuff we saw, that all the stuff was positive when he was out there during their lengthy playoff run.
Then why is it a failure? Did they think that
because they didn't win the championship?
Well, then okay, there's 29 other failures then.
Well, yeah, and then you'd have to tell me what moves they could have made that would have been a success.
A failure is that they're not just a failure is that they didn't win a championship, they're not winning, whatever. It's that you got to cut your losses almost. And I go, he's not a guy that you cut losses for. Like, yeah, I think some people overreacted to the gun charge that happened over the weekend. I didn't. When we're talking about $100 to get out of jail, I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal, everybody. But when it comes to James Harden, I go, well, why? Would we rather have Darius Garland? Well, what's the reason you'd rather have Darius Garland? Because it wasn't to win a championship. Do you think that they're more likable with Darius Garland? Because I don't think that's true for anybody. I mean, we do this every day. We try to talk to people about the Cavs every single day. You didn't like the Cavs very much with Darius Garland instead of James Harden either. Mm-hmm. So don't give me the likability thing. Unless I'm talking, it's not about the 4 people who are left over who are still hardcore Darius Garland fans. There's always going to be hardcore fans of every player in Cleveland. Every player, it doesn't matter. There were hardcore Colin Sexton fans who cussed us up one side and down the other when we were talking about trading Colin Sexton. And there are a few probably with Darius Garland. But when I'm seeing, well, this is a failure. How? Because the team that went through us, right through us, ended up winning the championship? I can't call it a failure, at least not yet. If it doesn't get us to where we need to go, all right, but then I guess the Donovan Mitchell trade's a failure.
Well,
I guess drafting Evan Mobley is a failure. How far do we want to take the F word down the line here with this team?
The OG and Mikal Bridges trades were considered failures as recently as a month ago.
Until they won the championship.
So
we got to realize how wide open this league really is.
Yeah, and look, am I picking the Cavs to win the championship? I didn't pick them to win the championship this year. I thought they'd make a deep run. They did. You guys all hated it. You guys all hated going to the Eastern Conference Finals. So the Cavs have to deal with that too. They have to figure out, man, the fans aren't really into this. So it's not enough now just to get to the Final Four teams that are available in competing for a championship. But there really are no numbers that show that James Harden wasn't a massive upgrade over Darius Garland. There's no numbers that show that, and they're going to save money with James Harden. You just think because James Harden's never won a championship that there's nothing they can do with James Harden. But then I'd ask, well, then what about Darius Garland?
I don't think James Harden's a reason why you don't win a championship. I just don't think you've won a championship with James Harden. But I don't think he's stopping the Cavs from winning a championship. Yeah. I think the Cavs themselves altogether might be to a little bit, but I also think that, the Knicks were just better. Probably Oklahoma City, probably San Antonio are just better. In the past, Indiana, just better.
Guys, James at this stage of his career, and probably if you go back and you really think about it, probably at any stage of his career, even when he was winning MVP, it's tough to win a championship like that in general. Now, Jalen Brunson just pulled it off with a lot of ISO ball, but he did a lot of the little things that maybe James hasn't done throughout his career. But I do have to say, when they traded for James, I said this, the good and bad. The good thing is James is going to be an upgrade over the guy they had, and he was, unequivocally. By the way, on both ends. I know everybody saw him struggle with Brunson, and now all of a sudden Harden was the worst defender ever. I'm like, man, you should have seen what it would have been like with Darius Garland. It would have been worse.
It would have been really bad.
Yeah, they would have just targeted Garland from moment one.
James doesn't get pushed off the spot.
Yeah.
James is more durable. That's not Darius Garland's fault. That's just the truth,
and
though.
Harden guarded power forwards. At times he guarded centers. He guarded all five positions.
He's big enough to do these sort of things.
Yeah, Darius just simply couldn't have done
Darius isn't.
So you wouldn't have any place for him to hide at all. But the other part of, what I saw out of James Harden is that they forced him in far too often in different series to be their best option. And that, at this stage of his career, should not be the case.
That is absolutely true.
And there were games where Donovan Mitchell was deferring to him.
That is an entire team failure. Now we're getting down
and that's
to
a coaching
we're
failure.
Getting down to the actual reason.
There are a lot
here.
of failures.
Exactly. That's what we're getting down to. Because if we're making a player-to-player comparison, unless you are just the strongest Darius Garland fan ever, then I would say you're just not realistic. And we talk to unrealistic people all the time when it comes to athletes. But I just don't think you're being realistic if you were a Darius Garland person over James Harden. Leave out the personal stuff with the strip clubs and all the other things, right? Player to player, I don't think it's comparable. Now, if we find out, I got to find out if there was a better trade available at the time. I got to find out if we would have just stuck, would there be a better trade available this offseason if it came to Darius Garland? But again, when you had his own agent, Rich Paul, coming out and saying that he was on the move no matter what, I think you probably found, as of right now, the best trade you possibly can make for him. And it ain't much, because you weren't going to be able to go out and get that dynamic wing. We talked about that to death all last summer and throughout the beginning parts of the season. You weren't going to be able to trade him for a dynamic wing. You were going to trade him for really the best you got. And what the best you got was for a guy who's playing on 9 toes that, if he were healthy, could do a lot of things for you. But if he were healthy, you would still try to work something out. He's not. So what did you get back in return? You got a 37-year-old guy who, there's a lot of fan bases that can't stand him. This is it. And I'm sure at the end of all this, we probably won't be able to stand him. I'm very honest about all that. I'm not trying to make him out to be a fan favorite. I'm not trying to make him out to be a Jose Ramirez type figure. You have Donovan Mitchell for those things when it comes to this organization. And even Donovan, I don't think is above criticism in some ways. Just got to be careful about the type of criticism we have, because it can get very nasty and very personal with some folks very quickly when it comes to basketball. But I don't find it to be that way. James Harden, I think, serves a very fine purpose, and I think his purpose is bigger than what you had with Darius Garland. Unless I find out for sure that there was a better move for a better player at that time, then I can't call this thing a failure.
Yeah, no,
it got further than where we ever thought. Real quick, we got further than we ever thought that they were going to go with Darius Garland on this team. So that's not a failure, at least not yet.
Yeah, there was some reporting about Drew Holiday, who is 36. Now, I've been a huge Holiday fan, and I do think he would be in better concert with Donovan Mitchell. Now, he's not able to score at the rate that Harden was able to, and Harden had some of the best ISO numbers in the playoffs.
Were they willing to make that move
to
give you Drew Holiday back?
Yeah, now that's up for debate.
To take a Darius Garland with the issues that we know Darius has.
Yeah, I'm a big, even at 36, I was a big believer in Holiday.
But you're a big believer in Holiday. You're not a very big believer in Darius Garland. So if you're building your team, are you taking Darius Garland in return?
He might be worth. Well, he might.
It doesn't sound like it.
No, honestly, Darius might be worth a flyer if you need a point guard. He might be worth a flyer just because
he was once number 4 overall, wasn't he? Number 5 overall.
Because he's young enough, and you can always hope somebody stays healthy and whatever. And if your team is not in a good spot anyway, like, it might be worth the dart.
I can hope a 6'2" guy who gets pushed off his spot is going to stay healthy.
Yeah, I mean, probably not. But again, there are some hopeless teams in the NBA, so why not take a shot?
No, I mean, for Drew Holiday back in return, I don't think I'd be giving him up. At the time, I don't think I would have been giving up James Harden either, for that matter, if I were the LA Clippers. I understand that they had to move off him, and we had to move off Darius Garland because of what the agents were saying. Coming up at 9 o'clock, Dane Brugler going to join us on the show. I just won't call it a failure, at least not just yet. I don't know what would make it a failure right now, but I'll have to think about that at another time, because we got Chris Kaiser who joins us. Folks, we are coming up on a very big anniversary for your Cleveland Cavaliers. And I know that we are a contending basketball team, and there's been so much suffering, strife, and fight over these past few weeks that you probably forgot. But coming up on Friday, it's a very, 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 very special anniversary for Cleveland Cavaliers fans. And Chris Kaiser joins us next to talk about a chief marketing officer of your Cleveland Cavaliers on The Fan.
Boy, there is
each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Tonight we're gonna take no prisoners. This time we're gonna.
All right, we are excited because did you know, Kenny? 10-year anniversary. The 10-year Annie of that championship that we won.
I remember where I was, what happened, how it went down. I got sick on Chinese food that night, Chris Kaiser. Bet you didn't know that.
Tough night. I definitely didn't know that.
Nick Wilson had to come in and help me clean it up. It was bad. I was that nervous. That nervous. June 19th, 2016, I had some Chinese food. I'm not going to say where. And I had the, what do they call it during the hot dog eating contest? Regardless, that went down.
Reversal of fortune.
And then they ended up winning. And then everything was fine. And I've always said, I wish I would have known how to react. I didn't know what to do with myself. I would have reacted much better than how I reacted, Chris. It's good to see you.
Well, it sounds like it wasn't a reaction. It sounds like it just happened.
It was visceral.
Yeah, okay. Well,
but you know, it's funny, the way that Mike Breen and his championship call of the Knicks, people were lining it up against his championship call of the Cavs back in 2016. And it's so funny because he said he took advice from Joe Buck because Joe Buck has forever regretted his call of his hometown team that he rooted for in St. Louis. And he said, you've got to just give the people what they want. And it was almost verbatim of the Cavs call in 2016, which has been heralded as one of the great calls in the history of sports. So I thought that was cool. You know, a 10-year anniversary of that. That same guy was on the call.
Yeah, very, very, very similar calls, and I think you see the reaction in New York and everything. I think it kind of harkens back, and I think a lot of people are getting their memories of when we had 1.6 million people downtown, flooding the streets, hanging from parking garages. That's the same kind of energy you're seeing in New York right now.
We're going to jump on them in New York if they 1.3 is the official tally. If they can't come up with 1.3 in New York down Broadway, something's wrong.
Will you ever tell you a story behind that?
No.
We'll tell you off.
We'll tell you off.
Chris Kaiser joins us, Cleveland Cavaliers Chief Marketing Officer. Yeah, we have the 10-year celebration coming up at the Meet Me Here Plaza, coming up on Friday, June 19th. Been 10 years since the Cavaliers won the championship. What do you got planned over there, Chris?
So all fans, again, inclusive event that we're going to have down at this Meet Me Here Plaza, which we just renovated right across the street from the arena. So to give you, if you can orient yourself, opposite side of where Progressive Field is, where the Sherwin Wall is, the famous Sherwin Wall, but we have a Cleveland This Is For You banner that went up on the Jack Garage, and then that space was just essentially a green space that was underutilized, really not, no one was really utilizing it for anything, and now it has a full NBA court on it, championship themed. It has the players' names, numbers, iconic moments painted on the court, and it's going to be something that people can use as a legacy project, and actually, people can actually play basketball in this moving forward.
So when you guys are talking about celebrating 10 years, because I'll be honest, it snuck up on us because it feels like it's every day we've celebrated the championship. I was asking Ken, when's the last time you watched the championship? And Ken's like, I pulled up the fourth quarter not that long ago.
It was, yeah.
So 10 years.
Well, it was on Twitter, and then I pulled it back up because I wanted the whole fourth quarter.
Right. And
I'm not going to tell you where I found it either. He works for an NBA team.
Well, and I feel like so many people, it hasn't been 10 years because we've never stopped celebrating 10 years. And that's the beauty of something like this. And when, they talk about all-time great championships, it always comes up. Never mind what you heard from ESPN that we played earlier where he's calling all these championships participation trophies.
Well, I don't think I'm not going to defend that guy. Go ahead. What were you saying?
So at what point were you guys starting to think about, hey, 10 years is coming. We still want to find something to do to commemorate it, in addition to all the stuff we're going to do when who retires. So what was the thought process?
Yeah, I think the interesting situation that we're in right now, because we're such a relevant team that was just in the Eastern Conference Finals, was we're trying to not to take away from the current team, depending on how far that run went. So, this event really, having a more fan-facing, public-facing event and trying to get as many people down here really was within the last 3 weeks after the Eastern Conference Finals. But we have been talking about this project. This has been in the works for about a year and a half, 2 years, to have a legacy area over there. So as people, different players retire, they'll have, different presence over there, and we'll continue to celebrate the championship in that space and have a dedicated place that people can come and think about this moment, because it is an iconic moment, not just in Cleveland sports history, but just in Cleveland in general.
Well, that's interesting there, because you also have obviously this moment coming up on Friday. Is there anything that you guys got set up maybe already for next year? Because it's weird. It's not like you're a rebuilding 19-win team. You're a competitive team, and you don't really want to take away. And we don't know what's going to happen during the offseason. I'm sure that question's been asked you a million times. But you don't really want to take away from the current team while you celebrate 2016.
Yeah, and I think the timing of when the court was going to open and the anniversary is obviously coincides with the time of the finals. So that's why we were planning on maybe not doing so much right at this moment. But we will have many nights throughout this upcoming season where we're going to we'll have a weekend that's going to be with our Wall of Honor and a 10th anniversary kind of big celebration where we bring as many back as possible. But we will have 3 or 4 nights next year where we'll kind of celebrate it all year.
Chris Kaiser from the Cavs with us in studio now. So I heard somebody, a Knicks super fan, talk about, well, Josh Hart's going to get a statue, and started rolling through who gets a statue in New York. And it got me thinking, obviously, you guys have in a weird way had to walk on eggshells around certain players that are still on other teams. But one of those players is now a free agent. And it's obviously something that has created a lot of dialogue about what's next for LeBron James. And is that something you guys are even allowed to talk about, how you're going to commemorate LeBron and others while we are winding down certain careers?
I think, in terms of the way we look at it, that's, in terms of what the future is and all of that, that's more of a question for, Kobe Altman and that crew. I think from our end, we're always trying to be prepared for, what that looks like as all these players that are active right now are going to, go into retirement. We just brought Delly back, for the playoffs to pull the sword. So I think re-engaging that group is going to be super important in terms of bringing them back, celebrating all of them. And it's such a unique era in Cavs basketball that really we hadn't experienced before. Again, the first championship in Cleveland in forever, essentially. So we're going to make sure that they get their due and they get honored in different ways as they kind of all peel off their careers here towards the end.
You watching any of the footage from the golf trip that some of those celebrating 10 years are on right now?
I am catching some of that. I saw some custom golf balls. They're over in Scotland right now. So it is great that they're together, though. I think hopefully that'll make it easier to bring them all back as a group at some point.
Make sure you RSVP Cavs.com/meetmehere. You can go on over there and get signed up for that. So, yeah, how much are you allowed to talk about those sort of things?
Not that much. It's kind of towing the line right now, actually, a little bit. So.
Well, because it's like, how much is he allowed to say? Because it's
well, it's a weird part too, because obviously
he's a free agent.
The way the offseason works in the NBA, there is like no rest for the weary. As we know in years past, the rumors start getting circulated, and fans have no idea. What is this team going to look like? They're going to run it back. Are we going to have somebody for an all-time special send-off season, or is he going to be out in the West Coast? And we're all sitting here wondering how to even talk about it, too, because we start up the rumors and, we still have a competitive team that we want to try to take that next step and go from the Eastern Conference Finals to the NBA Finals to an NBA champion. And so, obviously, we're thinking anything could be in play for this team.
Yeah, I think we're focused on we have a great core of players right now. We just went to the Eastern Conference Finals. Like, I know it didn't end the way we wanted it to, but we still have to have some self-esteem around that. Like, that was a great finish and a great run in the playoffs, and it's the furthest that we've been with this group. So it's more focused on those players that we have right now. And I'm obviously like the head of marketing. So from a marketing standpoint, I need to plan for how we're going to honor and commemorate these things that mean so much to the fans. And that's why we're having this event on Fridays. It's really for the fans and getting them to come out and celebrate together again. Because we're going to play Game 7 in its entirety, commercial free. We'll have a big moment at the end after the game ends. And like it should flow nicely throughout the day because it'll be from 12 to 3, and then we have a World Cup game on. I think at 3 o'clock. So if you want to come down to Cleveland, start your day, everyone gets or the first 5,000 get a free T-shirt as well. 10th anniversary Cavs championship T-shirt.
One last thing, Chris. It made some news. It was one of the headlines on a lot of the national sites that the seat that Taylor Swift sat in ended up for auction, and I think the final tally was $7,000. And I was sitting there running through my mind, like, how did that happen? How did that seat end up from there to being able to be for purchase, and how did that whole thing go down?
Yeah, so we work with a company called The Realist, which we kind of brought them in this year. So it's similar to the MLB program. You know how Deloitte runs the on-field authentication. So every foul ball, like every lineup card in the MLB gets authenticated, so it's real and it's credible, and then it goes into their marketplace. That's what we're doing with this partner. So they went over. We saw the people that sat in these seats. We marked the seats and worked with them to put them up on on auction, and a lot of that goes to a good cause. Like it was going to the Cleveland Heights Schools Foundation. A lot of the proceeds. So
awesome.
it's all for a good cause, and it was a lot of fun. Got a lot more buzz than I originally thought.
That's Taylor Swift. Everything gets buzz.
Yeah,
when
I
it comes
think,
to Taylor Swift.
she seems to move the needle.
Yeah,
when I can tell.
Well, Chris, you do a wonderful job. Your team over there does a wonderful job. Success. I wish you on Friday throughout the next year. Obviously, really first rate the entire way, first class the entire way. Thanks for coming in.
Appreciate you having me. Let them know.
Chris Kaiser, Cleveland Cavaliers Chief Marketing Officer, joining us in studio again. Cavs.com/meet me here is where you can RSVP. I told you a whole bunch. If I could do anything, I'd do the whole thing over again. I'd do the night of the championship over again, just because I would know what I want to do. I didn't know what to do, and then I'd do the whole week of shows afterwards all over again.
I made one mistake that night. I did not have alcohol with me, and the bars quite literally ran out of alcohol.
I got done with the show at 2 a.m., and it was like, no, they were either out or obviously they weren't going to serve, so that I had to wait until 6, and then we started the show at 6, and then afterwards I was too tired to do anything. So, yeah, I wasn't able to enjoy it that day. I ended up doing that show that night because I wanted something to distract me, and then afterwards it was basically like I was sitting in prison watching everybody run around on Huron Road getting all excited for everything, and I had to sit there and do the show until 2.
When I left the TV station and walked out, and it felt like Manhattan. It felt like the East Village. Like there were that many people all over, and it stretched all the way to the harbor, all the way, to the freeway. It was insane just how many people were out that night. We never counted that night. We only counted the parade. I wonder how many people were out that night. Game wasn't even in town. Mm-hmm. That's the thing. It was not even downtown.
I would have liked it better if it was in town, but that's part of seeing that is like why it's like, when people go, why wouldn't you go to a Super Bowl? I'd want to be back home, because if you win it, what I saw that night was indescribable. Absolutely outstanding. And you guys can go relive that coming up. Game 7, 2016 at 12:30 p.m. Friday afternoon, the Meet Me Here Plaza. Go ahead, RSVP there, Cavs.com/meet me here. Fun for the entire family. It's going to be a great time. And again, we thank Chris for coming on in here. Coming up next. All right, how much you willing to give up? Dane Brugler, the Athletic, was getting spicy with former NFL quarterbacks. Dane's going to join us about Brendan Sorsby. Coming up in 5 on The Fan.
covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Awesome.
I loved it. Social media reactions on X brought to you by Scheibman Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Dane Brugler joining us here in just a moment. However, I do got to read this here. Chase Daniel was talking about Brendan Sorsby, and then talk about being a first-round talent. Dane had said, well, if he were a slam dunk first-round talent, he would have declared for the 2026 NFL draft. I said, woo! Let's bring in Dane. Dane's on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, call Kyle Wright hotline. Dane, how the hell are you?
I love your ability to act like I just jumped off the top rope and tried to go for the jugular. I love that. It's great.
It was Macho Man WrestleMania 3 on Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. It was amazing. I got nothing against Chase Daniel. Well, no, I used to get mad because people would talk about us bringing him in when he played.
That's right.
To be the quarterback for the Browns. But I got nothing against Chase Daniel and what he does, and I certainly don't have anything against you and what you do, Dane. But do I take that as maybe you're a little bit, you question Brendan Sorsby a little bit more than some of the other ones?
Well, no, I mean, I think that we just need proper context here in terms of obviously nothing has happened on the field between December and now. Plenty's happened off the field in terms of Sorsby and his projection to the NFL, but in terms of the on-field evaluation, because we kind of have to separate the two, everything off the field, the betting, that's something that we're still trying to figure out. How are teams going to digest that? Teams don't even know. Like, anybody can talk to, their sources with the team, GM, whoever. I don't think they have a proper grasp of just the extent, is there remorse? Where is Brendan in his recovery? What's the long-term ramifications, and where do you feel comfortable rolling the dice on a player like that? But on the field, it's a really talented quarterback. There's no doubt about it. But he's still very raw in a lot of areas. And so I think if he did declare for the 2026 NFL draft, he would have been in that quarterback 3 discussion. Yeah, I think there's a good chance. The quarterback 3 ended up being Carson Beck. The Cardinals drafted him, the first pick in the 3rd round, 65 overall. There's a good chance that could have been Sorsby if he would have came out. He could have been the 65th pick, right there smack dab in the middle of day 2. Because, again, he's really talented. He is a hair under 6'3". He's 238 pounds. Probably runs a 4.62 in the 40-yard dash. He's a really good athlete. But in terms of his development as a quarterback, he's still pretty raw. And a lot of that comes from what he was asked to do at Cincinnati. It was a really basic offense. Like, he's not setting protections. He's not doing checks. He's playing based off of feel and, just kind of how he's always played quarterback. It's basic high-low reads. 1 progression, 2 progression. He's not consistently getting to the backside. So there's a lot of things that he just has to learn and develop playing quarterback. And that's why I think going to Texas Tech and getting another full year of development, he could have absolutely gotten into the first round in the 2027 NFL draft based off his development this upcoming season. But again, nothing has happened on the field since December. And so I still think, we're based on the field. He's a day 2 projection, but now you factor in the off field, and that's where things get a little murky.
Well, Dane, I love what you just said. Dane Brugler joining us on the show, because that's kind of the fight I've been having. Is Albert Breer comes on, Tom Pelissero comes on, and they're not football guys like you. Like, they're not breaking down film and things like that. They're watching a lot of football, obviously, but they're talking to scouts and all the other football guys. And these guys are saying, well, he could be a top 5 pick. And I think a lot of us have taken it and bastardized it as he will be a top 5 pick. And it's like, well, he could have been. Garrett Nussmeier at one point, a lot of people thought, including myself, he could have been a first-round talent. Drew Aller would have been taken by the Browns a couple years ago. And I think that was you we were talking to, had he had a good game against Notre Dame and would have came out, like, yeah, the Browns probably would have taken him top 5. So a lot of things can change. I don't think it's just this slam dunk about the type of quarterback and the type of talent he is. And I just think that some of us are getting caught. Yeah, we are desperate, but we're acting a little bit too desperate here. We know what this season may very well be about.
Well, and it's also a tough ask for him. He's going to miss OTAs. He's going to miss minicamp. And where he's at in his development, you have to almost look at the 2026 season as a redshirt year for him. This isn't someone that's going to come in and compete for the starting job right away. He's just not there in his development. So, I think when you look at the talent, I think it's easy to get excited about Brendan Sorsby. And, when I was doing my way too early 2027 mock draft right after the 2026 draft ended, if not for the gambling stuff, I would have had Sorsby in there somewhere, maybe at 20th overall or something like that. Because, again, based off of the proper development this upcoming year as a senior at Texas Tech, I think he absolutely could have gotten into that first round because the talent is there, the size, the physical traits. He's a smart kid. I don't think he's where he needs to be mentally to play quarterback at a high level. But again, I think that's more based off of what he was asked to be at Cincinnati and not any lack of, anything between the ears that's going to keep him from reaching that. But it's still a projection at this point. And so not having that senior year, there's still a lot of projection involved. And so you factor in the gambling stuff, and some teams I think will be maybe a little more forgiving. I think when you look at it, the real cardinal sin where, betting on your own games, that happened when he was 18 years old, to the best of our knowledge, where, he was at Indiana. And to the best of our knowledge, he hasn't done that since his first year. And so everything else, pretty much legal in terms of betting on other things. And now he has admitted he's a compulsive gambler, and you look at the money that he's put up, and that's absolutely a red flag. But it's something that he's obviously seeking help for, and some teams will be a little more forgiving about that. But it's really unprecedented. We haven't seen a prospect at this level of talent have this level of an issue that's not necessarily something that you can quantify in terms of an injury, or you can't get medical advice or anything like that. So it's there's a pattern there. Some teams will look at that and say it's just a young kid who is growing up. Other teams will look at it and say, we think he has a problem. And is there enough time between now and the supplemental draft for teams to get the answers that they need? There's a time crunch here. It's not like we have all of the fall for scouts to go into onto campus and get all the details, and then you have the draft process, and you're able to really get to know him. And so I think that's working against Brendan a little bit too, is just the time crunch that teams have. But then also a lot of teams are kind of set 1, 2, 3 on their quarterback depth chart. I mean, I think you look at a team like the Steelers. I think they would be a prime candidate to draft a player like Brendan Sorsby, but they're kind of set 1, 2, 3 on their quarterback depth chart right now. Now, I think you could look at the Jets, the Cardinals, even the Browns as teams that, you could make a case, hey, if he's there at a certain point in the supplemental draft, the juice might be worth a squeeze at that point.
Dane, the fascinating part of this is how 2027 factors into this. Every conversation I have with anybody about Sorsby is, well, wait a second. If he's going to get suspended by the NFL, and you're expecting to probably not have a ton of wins anyway next year, do you want Brendan Sorsby to be the reason you don't get a guy at the top of 2027? Does that factor in at all, or is it ridiculous to look a year in advance knowing how these quarterbacks tend to fluctuate from where we think they will be to where they actually will be a year from now?
No, it's not ridiculous. I mean, you have to forward scout. You have to advance scout quarterbacks, and Andrew Berry has somewhere in his office has that 2027 depth chart on the whiteboard or on his computer somewhere where, he's kind of playing with different scenarios and what it could look like. And I think you have to look at Brendan Sorsby as a lottery ticket. And, who knows where you'll be picking next year? Who knows if Arch Manning and Dante Moore and Lenora Sellers and all these guys that we're projecting to potentially be top 10, top 15 picks in next year's drafts, who knows if they live up to that this upcoming season. And so, I think you have to, but again, this is like a redshirt year for Sorsby. So, but I also don't think he's maybe the type of guy that's going to stop you from drafting a quarterback in 2027 as well. But what's the asking price going to be? I think that's the big question for Sorsby. Do you have to use a third-round pick on Sorsby, or can you get him in the fourth round? If you can get him with a day 3 pick, then all of a sudden it's like, you know what? Why not? Let's just throw as many resources we have within reason at this quarterback problem. And if you're the Jets, you draft Brendan Sorsby with a 4th-round pick. He's not necessary. And then you end up with the number 1 overall pick. I don't think that's going to stop you. Sorsby's not going to stop you from drafting Arch Manning at number 1 overall. So I think that it's the big question is, what's the asking price going to be this year? Is it going to be a day 2 pick, or is it going to be one of those early day 3 picks?
Dane Brugler with us right now on the hotline. So you've talked about comps for somebody like Brendan Sorsby, but what are the comps, not necessarily physical-wise, what are the comps for a player who is wildly as up and down as somebody that is this talented? Meaning the last 2 Novembers, things have gone off the rails. He's lost a ton of games. Can you pin that on him and his lack of development, or is it guys around him? Is it something that is going to curse him?
It's a valid point to bring up. I think because there was last year, the way his season was going, I thought Sorsby was going to be in the 2026 draft, because he was, it was kind of like a stock on the rise. The way he played September, October, it looked like things were headed to him being a top 50 pick. And then I think it was the Utah game where it would just kind of brought things back down to, okay, he's not ready, and part of that was the offense. There's no question about it. What he was kind of restricted and limited in what he could do in that offense. But part of it is just he's not mentally there in terms of reading out the progressions and understanding where he needs to be. He's very loose with his mechanics, and that really affects his accuracy. He really prefers to play off platform, and he's good at it because, again, he can move. He's a good athlete for a guy that size, and he's also got a big-time arm where he can make every throw at all 3 levels and do it with ease. But you watch him, and there's a lot of fadeaways where it's like, okay, why are you going away from your target when you don't need to be? Why is your feet are all over the place? And that's affecting your ball placement. If your ball placement was on the upfield shoulder, that slant, he's still running, but it was on his back shoulder, and it's a 5-yard gain. So there's a lot of things on tape where he just needs to take that next step. And I think we were hoping to see that this year as a senior at Texas Tech. Just unfortunate we won't have that. He won't have that opportunity to show teams that, hey, he's taken that next step. He's ready to, he hasn't hit his ceiling as a quarterback. So, yeah, there's still a lot of unanswered questions with Sorsby. And, some teams are going to be comfortable with that. Other teams, most teams, probably won't be. But, all it takes is one team to look at it and think about what he could be. And I keep coming back to those 3 teams, the Cardinals, the Jets, the Browns. One of those 3 teams, I think, make the most sense. I think you look at past quarterbacks that maybe have had some of these question marks. Jackson Dart may be the more optimistic version of that. Malik Willis, when he's coming out, was a little bit like that too, where you see the talent, but it just is very much up and down. Willis ends up falling to the 3rd round, but he was a sought-after quarterback this past year in free agency, and I think there's some optimism for what he could look like as a starter. So, but he's 3 years removed from where he was as a prospect, and so there's plenty of questions with Sorsby, and hopefully we get some more answers here before the supplemental draft in a month.
I've heard this so many times. Do you think that this is a realistic premise to get Sorsby in the supplemental draft and turn around and take Jeremiah Smith in the draft next year?
Yeah, that's obviously a half-glass full type of scenario. Look, Jeremiah Smith is the type of guy that he's one of the best players I've ever scouted, plain and simple. He's the type of guy that you think about making that type of pick with a top 3 pick and how he can change your offense. And but I think that's a lot to put on Sorsby. I really do. And I would feel tough, really banking on that and saying, this is our future is going that route. But like we said, who knows if Arch Manning and Dante Moore and these quarterbacks, this quarterback class we're talking about as being, such a difference-making class, who knows if it lives up to that. And so maybe you try to get your quarterback now, and then if, say you have the 3rd pick and the teams at 1 and 2 are both taking a quarterback and they won't trade, so Manning and Dante Moore go 1-2. Okay, at 3, you don't love any of the other quarterbacks. You take Jeremiah Smith, and you still feel like you're in an okay spot because you did use a 3rd or 4th round pick on Sorsby. So it's one of those scenarios you have to work out and say, all right, what are the odds this happen, and where we feel comfortable taking that swing.
Is it safe to say that you've been hearing some really irresponsible stuff over the last couple of weeks about Brendan Sorsby in your eyes, and you're kind of frustrated?
No, I mean, I think that it's just important. It's the dead period, right? Yeah. It's summer where there's not a ton to talk about. So there's a lot of noise out there, and I frustrated. No, just more want to bring context to the conversation about how teams are talking about him. And again, I don't want to make it sound like he's not a talented player, because he absolutely is. He's raw, and there's this cloud hanging over him off the field that is really unprecedented. We haven't seen an NFL prospect with this type of issue and with all these underlying factors. And so it does make for a complicated evaluation, and it's going to be fascinating to see how it plays out.
Dane, thank you very much for the time. All the best to you and yours. We'll talk to you again soon, friend.
Anytime. Thanks, guys.
Dane Brugler, NFL draft analyst for The Athletic. Follow him on Twitter at DP Brugler. Excellent stuff as always.
I got a lot to say about it. A lot.
Oh, you do?
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
I wonder if I can lay a trap for you in the next 40 minutes.
Let's do it.
Ken Carman, Tone Master General. Fat and Thin in the Morning on The Fan. Northeast Factor directed, Northeast Factor.
in that quarterback 3 discussion. The quarterback 3 was Carson Beck. The Cardinals drafted him the first pick in the 3rd round. There's a good chance that could have been Sorsby. He could have been the 65th pick, and right there smack dab in the middle of day 2, because, again, he's really talented. He is a hair under 6'3". He's 238 pounds, probably runs a 4.62 in the 40-yard dash. He's a really good athlete, but in terms of his development as a quarterback, he's still pretty raw.
That is Dane Brugler speaking about things being raw. Yeah, it's raw. He's raw. 216-474-0092. All right, did that change anybody's mind? Because what I'm trying to do is we gotta live in the real world here, folks. If you're a Browns fan and you're like not on social media that much, I want to know what you think of the guy. Because I do think that there are people who listen to us every morning, and God bless you, who they are hardcore Shador fans, and if they are going to say everything nasty they can about Brendan Sorsby, and then if they take Brendan Sorsby, they're going to want him out of here, Shador out of here, and the first thing smoking, they're going to demand a trade. Which, we can get into that if it ever happens. That just is a whole moving box over there that I don't want to open up right now. The other side of it is there are people who they have spent a lot of time on social media getting into it with Shador Sanders fans and getting into it about Deshaun Watson and all the other stuff, and they just want this whole room cleared out, and they think he's the best thing to do that. And my whole argument is, guys, we're in this mess together. I don't think there's any easy answers. I don't think there's any quick fixes. Or, excuse me, I don't think that he is an easy answer or a quick fix. And so I don't want to stump. I'm not going to stump for this guy.
He's definitely not a quick fix.
Exactly. And I think people take it like that.
So
I think that there's a group of fans taking it like that.
No, we just had Dane Brugler on, and everything, I agree 100% with everything he said, which I think people would be surprised. They'll be like, you love Sorsby. I'm like, I don't know.
Lyman's thoughts are you always take quarterbacks until you hit on them.
I'm talking about him as a prospect. So the definition of prospect, we forget this all the time. People are like, oh, man, he lost this game to Shador. Therefore, Shador's better than him. Therefore, blah, blah. It's like, guys, that's not what evaluators do. Evaluators don't watch a game and go, who is the winning team? Well, I'm eliminating the quarterback of the losing team. It's about traits. It's about what you think you can develop. Then you have to think about how long is it going to take to develop. Then we have to look at mental capacity. Can this person, how long is it going to take to digest installs, to understand all that? He's going to lose this year because he's not going to be in OTAs and minicamp. All this is being taken into consideration. And the thing I totally agree with Dane is, like, people are screwing this up. These are the things that I believe to be true. If Sorsby came back next year on one of the most loaded teams in college football, at least most expensive teams, yeah, he'd have a chance to have an incredible all-time year. He'd have a chance to win the Heisman. He'd have a chance. I'm saying he's a really talented prospect who, if everything come together, could do this. Like you said, Ken, he can also play his way out of the first round. Yeah. That has happened time and time and time again.
At least 3 times that I can name off the top of my head.
With so many quarterbacks, okay? Also, if he would have been in last year's draft that we just had, he would have been debated with Ty Simpson. He could have been a second-round pick. That doesn't mean because he's a second-round pick this year and a first-round pick next year, and because he'd be maybe a third-round pick in this year's supplemental, like, well, that changes if he's good or not. That has nothing to do with whether he's going to realize his talents. Like, that has to do with what team does he go to, what's the developmental curve, is he going to be suspended by the NFL? You just heard me ask 1,000 questions.
Yeah, you did.
And that is why I'm in agreement with Dane Brugler. This is a very special case.
But you'd still spend a second-round pick on him.
I probably, honestly, probably third. Honestly, probably third. I think that the third makes sense.
The lower you go, the less of an argument we have.
Right,
I mean, you
that's
know that.
true.
I mean, you got to and third.
Now, if the Browns are in love with Sorsby, if they look at the tape and they're like, "This is Caleb Williams," like he hasn't won like what Caleb's last year, he didn't win all that much, but this is like Caleb Williams. Okay, that changes it because now they've fallen in love with a prospect, and you know you got to be careful about that. They all have strengths and weaknesses. Like Trevor Lawrence was the perfect prospect. I guarantee you, teams found weaknesses in Trevor Lawrence's game.
Hell yeah, they did.
Okay, Andrew Luck.
Hell yeah.
Perfect prospect.
Hell yeah.
There were some negatives to Andrew Luck because they're prospects. And what I don't understand, it's mostly the Shador people who are arguing this because they feel that their backs are against the wall. They have to compare every quarterback to Shedeur straight up. And it's the same thing. That's why they're the only ones that are trashing Jackson Dart, because they don't want to hear that another rookie was better than Shedeur last year. Tyler Shook.
Jackson Dart. I'm just not as high on Jackson Dart as what some other people are.
I'm not sure that Jackson Dart is the future.
I don't know if he's going to. Real quick on Jackson Dart, like I know that Daniel Jeremiah brought him up, and it's like, well, yeah, you'd spend first-round picks on these guys. For Jackson Dart, hey, there's still. I don't think he's out of the woods.
No, I don't either.
I do think that there's a couple of questions about third down. Let me just say this. I just think that for Jackson Dart, if you don't start getting down after 20 yards rushing,
this league's you're not long for this league. Yeah.
Your best ability is going to be availability, and if you can't stay on the field, they're going to find somebody else. There you go.
Yeah.
There's where I stand on Jackson Dart.
All I'm saying is,
I don't need to go crazy on some of the other stuff.
All I'm saying in all of this is, guys, and you're not going to want to hear this, Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson in this quarterback room is not part of the discussion for these evaluators on Sorsby for the Browns. The Browns are not going to look at Sorsby and say, I don't know, we have Shedeur Sanders. That's not entering the equation if we're talking about a potential first-round, second-round talent, right?
Okay, yeah.
That's just not...
Yeah, I see where you're at
I hate to tell you guys this. It's just not happening.
Yeah, I see where you're at on that.
And I don't know, the Saints. Tyler Shook had some great moments last year. Nice moments last year. Tyler Shook is not going to be the difference in whether they want to draft
you compare him
Sorsby
to 27.
or not.
You compare him to 27 because, again, this is what hurts, is that he had a whole year set up. And you ended up being right. Champions pose. I thought he was going to play college football this year. And Texas Tech giving him the $5 million, like, hey, we can't do this.
Yeah, how about that, by the way? He might be able to keep all that money.
They gave him, they're basically, I think they're going to give him the money just so he doesn't turn around and sue them. They just want to be done with this.
How would you feel if you're an oil man who, and you've been pretty cutthroat your whole life and you feel like a college kid just stole $5 million from you?
Well, sometimes the biggest gamble is to make $5 million for not playing football.
It's pretty good.
Jeez. You're comparing him more to 2027 is what you're doing.
Yes.
You're right. Because I think as the Browns planned it out, you didn't know Brendan Sorsby was going to do all this. But as the Browns planned it out, let's see what they do in 2026. And I do believe this, I think they are trying to keep an open mind. It's just where we are at on our beliefs. If Deshaun does play well, then we have our own set of circumstances we have to go with. If Shedeur plays well, then we have a totally different set of circumstances to go with, and then we don't maybe have to worry about 2027. Or you understand this, depending on where they're at in the draft, you can always trade down and get more picks and put them around Shedeur. I mean, that's in the best case scenario because I'm looking at guys that are already in my uniform, right? But I compare Brendan Sorsby to 2027 guys, and this is what makes it such a difficult thing, is that I can't compare him down to down and game to game to all the other guys that are on this list because he ain't going to play. And the only thing we're going to be able to talk about is him in some training camp working with these guys if he's allowed the opportunity, because we don't know how that they're going to do this yet, the NFL. I'm sure there's probably conversations with his lawyers right now if he's going to declare, and it seems that he is for the supplemental draft. All right, how much is he going to be suspended? Is he going to be suspended? He should be, because that sets a terrible precedent. I agree totally with Albert Breer. So how long is he going to be suspended? What type of punishment is there going to be? Are you going to be allowed in the facility or not allowed in the facility? That's a key part. And he could have done himself so much where, yeah, if he were to play well, which you're always going to, terrible choice of words, you're going to bet on yourself and you're going to say that you're going to play well, then yeah, I would look at him and go, if he did play well, I'd go, well, I know that Arch Manning has his detractors, but my God, you look at what Sorsby did in 2026. I'm sure Dante Moore has some detractors, but look at what Sorsby did in 2026. He doesn't have that opportunity now. So the only thing I can go on is all the stuff that Dane was talking about. Mm-hmm. He had a whole nother year to not just develop with all the things that surrounding him, but also the things that are on the field. So if he doesn't have that entire year, you could say all you want to about getting him in our system. It sounds like I'm trying to talk you out of it, by the way. Mm-hmm. It sounds like this, and I am. It's working to a degree where, yeah, we can get him in our system. You know, if your guys' coaches are going to be around, are the Jets coaching staff, are they going to be around? Is the Dolphins coaching staff going to be around? They just hired a head coach. The Cardinals just hired a head coach. We just hired a head coach. You intend on them being around. The Jets, there's no guarantee on that.
That's what's funny about what Dane was saying.
Play this into your head.
Dane was saying all this stuff is working against him. Maybe you could argue it's working for him, this lottery ticket thing, because what is everybody saying now? He could go second. And how could that be if every team's got their roster set, their quarterback depth chart set? So what are they looking at? They're looking at traits. And this is what the draft has always been about. And yes, a lot of teams go down and sink because they look at traits. But they're looking at him, and you know for a fact there are coaches salivating at the chance when they see the way, like, the off-platform throws and playing on the move. They're like, yeah, I can create an offense where that could be pretty hard to stop. I could make life very difficult on a lot of defenses given the way that this kid moves and his athleticism.
If you're worried about this team, I say there's nothing to worry about at all. I'll tell you why you don't have to consider him coming up in 5 minutes on The Fan. Northeast offense and
action between Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson continues into training camp.
Some guys want that and some guys don't. Some guys don't want that smoke because when they take that control or they change a play or they change a protection, it falls on them.
And head coach Todd Monken is excited about the potential for this team in 2026.
Saturday wants that. Our guys want that, which is cool.
This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Two things. One, LJ Hurley on social media. Social media reactions are brought to you by
Diamond Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
Says, did I miss the punishment for the kids? Did they have to move dirt or run a mile? Liz took it out of my hands. She said that since Axel's the oldest one, he's the most responsible. She made him her employee for the day. And I went, all right, fine. I don't got to yell at anybody when I come home. Takes the fun out of that.
Wait, wasn't that was it a George Costanza, Jerry Seinfeld premise for a show?
Premise for the show, Jerry.
Yeah.
The Butler. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's just for the day.
They eventually got up off the ground, and then they literally got in the air, and we don't know how it ends.
We don't know. But I didn't have to yell at anybody when I got home.
Good.
But I was
good.
Still not thrilled. I called him some words. Called the boys some words. Also, my friend Jerry has texted me and said that he has told his son that Axel cost Jose Ramirez this season.
I mean, more and more people are starting to pile on there, which I don't think is fair. I don't think
you
that's
got it started. What do you mean it's not fair? You got it started.
Guys, don't be texting Ken, emailing him, DMing him, reaching out on LinkedIn. You don't need to say that his son
I haven't been on
cost
LinkedIn.
the Guardians the season.
I don't know my password. I haven't been on LinkedIn in 15 years.
Don't reach out on Blue Ski or whatever sites that
Blue
Ken
Sky.
goes to
I'm
get
on
his
Blue
social
Sky.
media.
On your Zanga profile.
Yeah.
Say the other ones too. Come on, let's go. X
That's
videos,
all
X
we need.
hamster. Come on, do it. I know you want to do it.
That's all we need. Don't have, again, guys, please, whatever you do, don't have Hugh Jackson do a cameo talking about Jose Ramirez.
Please don't waste your money on that.
Don't do that.
Please do not waste your money on that.
And how they jinx the season.
Do not waste your money on that. The picture was done on Friday. He was hurt on Saturday. There were many other people that he took pictures with. That doesn't count. I don't want to hear you. All of them. Axel takes pictures with me all the time. I'm not out 5 to 7 weeks.
Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
I mean,
Boom.
some people would disagree.
Speaking of things that people are afraid of, hocus pocus that people are afraid of, people keep bringing up the Steelers. I don't know why. I don't see the Steelers. And let me tell you why. One, I'm not going to let the Steelers dictate what I do at my quarterback position. That I think lands us in trouble.
Well, the Steelers are getting brought up because they're never bad enough to get a quarterback high.
But also,
so this would be their chance to jump in and steal a high-level prospect.
This is way more serious what Ben Roethlisberger was accused of, right? Had that happened, had they known about it in college, would the Steelers have taken Ben Roethlisberger?
If what?
The allegations that had happened against Ben Roethlisberger. I'm making a point here.
Well, wait a second. But if those same allegations of what he was accused of happened in college, is that what you're saying?
That's what
or
I'm saying.
The gambling.
Regardless.
Well, no, you can't say regardless. It's a big difference.
They're both serious.
Yeah.
One is obviously more serious than gambling. But I'm saying the Steelers are a very conservative organization. And even though they're supposed to be 32 equal shares, they're one of the teams that are really in with the owner because they've had the same ownership group since 1933. They've had the same family since 33, almost 100 years for crying out loud. So they're very in with the commissioner. They're very in with the league. They're probably one of those. Them, I think the Giants, I'd say Jerry Jones are probably like that inner circle of owners that seem to just somehow get their way. And I look at the Rooneys and I go, I don't think the Rooneys would have, they've had questionable characters on their teams before. They don't seem to really go out of their way to try to invite that in. And gambling's a big no-no in the NFL. I just don't see that family as the type that would take a risk on that guy.
I wonder how desperate they are.
I understand it. They have a packed QB room. They seem to like everybody. Now, that's not a reason if you felt that the guy was that talented. That's not a reason to pass on him just like us. But, I mean, we've been far more willing to take risks on guys of questionable backgrounds, questionable character, questionable everything than the Pittsburgh Steelers have. And I just don't see them to be the type of team to go up there and give up a second-round pick or something significant for a guy that is automatically going to run into arrears with the league in terms of how long you suspended, where you suspended. Like a lot of people look at it and go, hey, the Steelers are a good organization. That would be a place that you would go to. Yeah, but I don't think they're the type of team that takes risks on guys like that automatically.
I'll tell you, the Tomlin thing,
right
though,
out of college.
To me, now they had changed their GM, 4 years ago from Colbert
I understand.
to, Omar, right? Omar, what's his last name?
Omar Khan.
Yeah.
Well,
And-
which they were saying that Tomlin was kind of in charge the
yes, and now that
entire
he's
way
gone,
anyway.
I do wonder.
You had Colbert, then you had Khan. Khan was working for the team forever. I'm bogging it down.
And
Go
how
ahead.
old-
I'm sorry.
How old is Art Rooney Jr. now?
1,000.
90?
I have no idea.
Isn't he? Isn't
no, I think you're thinking of Dan. I don't know how the hell old Art Rooney II is. They do the whole Roman numeral thing like we do.
I'm just wondering.
It's the only thing I have in common
I'm
with the Steelers.
just wondering if what their level of desperation is. They already moved on from Tomlin, and
73.
What's their
I just don't think they act
pipeline?
like that. I just don't. It's Art Rooney II. He is 73, just like Owen just said. September 14th is his birthday. Happy birthday early. Do you know where he went to high school? Wait a minute. Art Rooney went to Gilmore?
Did he? A lot of
I didn't
leaders.
know that. I'll be dipped.
Then he went to Duquesne.
Is Baskin in today? Duquesne. I'm sorry, that got me. I just don't. I don't think they're that type of team. Do you think I'm wrong? You disagree?
I think they haven't been.
But the owner's still the owner.
Right, but I'm sensing just the way their fans have never been more over the malaise of the Steelers than they are now.
You're right.
And I wonder if at some point they buckle and they start to do desperate things. And again, if they take him in the second round, they can also move on from him.
They can.
Like this thought
They
that
can.
if you take Sorsby, you're done for 5 years. That's the whole point of the supplemental. You're not. You're not
But their
putting
whole
your
thing is-
full-fledged investment
their
in a
whole
guy.
thing is-
That's the difference between
See, I
this and the
disagree.
traditional draft.
That I disagree with.
You think the supplemental's the same in terms of an investment as a normal
on,
draft?
for the love of God.
The whole point of the supplemental
All right, never mind,
draft is
forget
to
it.
take a player that is only available in there because of risk.
Historically, the Steelers have been a team. They have, because I've had to study them because you want to do things like they have. Honestly, they've been the team that has tried to develop guys. I mean, good God, they brought Mason Rudolph back into the fold. They try to stay with guys that they believe in certain ways. I mean, good God, they brought James Harrison back from the Ravens practice squad, and then James Harrison went on and did James Harrison things. Like, they are a very patient team with that. So, yeah, I could, of all the teams that would say, hey, we'll give up a second rounder in the supplemental for Sorsby, and then we won't touch a quarterback the next year, would be them. But I just don't think they'd make that investment. Because, again, go back to the famous story of Marino in '83, where they didn't want to take him because of all the rumors that were going around town about Dan Marino at that time. Like, it would seem that they'd be the perfect match for him, but because of their history and because of the owner who's still involved, I would say, yeah, they're not a match. I'd be very surprised if they were the team to do it. I'd be very surprised. Now, I think the question to a listener is, as we get ready to end this show, am I lying to myself to make myself feel better because I don't want to take that risk myself? Because I think when people hear the Steelers, they go, well, we got to get them instead of the Steelers. Forget the Steelers. Well, I'm not going to let the Steelers dictate what I do to make my football team better, if I can help it. Because an investment is an investment. I can't let the Steelers make that decision for me. Have a wonderful day. Go Guardians. Gavin Williams, the big rig. On the hill today, he's got to do it. How did I jinx him? How did I jinx him? By the way, CDL, not a nickname that's always used, but Baz, apparently, for Bazana, is a name that's used. Incredible. Thank you very much, Internet. Hey, sounds good.
Where's your entourage now?
Cool, I got on the last show.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Basketball is